Section 47 of Panchatantra by Vishnu Sharma. Translated by Arthur William Ryder. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. How the Birds Picked a King. Once upon a time, the bird clans gathered for consultation. There were swans and cranes and nightingales. There were peacocks, plovers and owls. There were doves and pigeons and partridges. There were blue jays, vultures, skylarks. There were demoiselles and cuckoos, and woodpeckers and many others. And they said, "We have in Garuda a king, to be sure, but he is ever intent on serving holy Vishnu, and pays no heed to us. What is the good of a sham king? He does not defend us when we are in genuine distress, when we are caught in traps, for instance. There is a saying, 'Only one but anyone is my king when all is done. Only one who will restore health and joy I felt before. Anyone but only one, for the moon is a single sun. Any other is king only in name.' As the poet says, 'Let him calm the painting breath of his people quivering under blows, or he is death masquerading as a king.' And again, 'These six should every man avoid, like leaky ships at sea, a dull professor and a priest without theology, a king who does not give defense, a wife whose tongue can slash, a cowboy hankering for town, a barber after cash.' We must therefore pitch upon someone else as a king of the birds." Thereupon, observing that the owl had a venerable appearance, they all said, "Let this owl be our king, and let a plentiful supply be provided of all substances prescribed for the anointing of a king." Straightway water was brought from various holy streams. A bouquet of 108 roots was provided, including the one marked with a wheel, and the yellow-stemmed lotus, and the lion throne was set in place. Moreover, there was drawn on the ground a relief map of the 7 continents, oceans, and mountains. A tiger skin was spread. Golden jars were filled with 5 twigs, blossoms, and grains. Oblations were prepared. The most eminent bards chanted poetry. Furthermore, Brahmins skilled in reciting the 4 Vedas also chanted, while maidens sang songs, sweet holiday songs being their specialty. In the forefront was prepared a vessel of consecrated rice, set off with white mustard, parched grain, rice grains, yellow pigment, wreaths of flowers, conch shells, and so forth. The materials for lustration ceremonies were provided, and holiday drums rumbled. In the midst of consecrated spots strewn with potash stood the lion throne, adorned by the person of the owl as he awaited the anointing. At that moment a crow came into the assembly from nobody knew where, announcing his entrance with a raucous caw, and he thought, "Well, well, what means this gathering of all the birds, and this great festival?" But when the birds saw him, they whispered together, "He is the shrewdest of the birds, they say, so let us have a speech from him too." For the proverb says, "Of men the barber smartest is, the jackal of the beasts. The crow is cleverest of the birds, the white robe for the priests." And besides, concerted counsels of the wise, if heedfully thought through, will never founder, being sound from every point of view. So the bird said to the crow, "You know, the birds have no king. They have therefore decided unanimously to anoint this owl as their superior monarch. Please express your opinion also. You come in the nick of time." Then the crow laughed and said, "Gentlemen, this is foolish. When you have eminent swans, peacocks, nightingales, partridges, sheldrakes, pigeons, cranes, and others, why anoint this ugly-faced fellow who is blind in the daytime? It seems wrong to me. For big hooked nose and eyes a squint, ugly face without a hint of tenderness or beauty in it. Good-natured, it is fierce to see. If he were mad, what might it be? And furthermore, ugly, cruel, full of spleen, every word he speaks is mean. If you make the owl your king, you will fail in everything. Besides, when Garuda is your king, what is this fellow good for? Suppose he has virtue. Still a second king is not a good idea when you already have one. For the saying runs, a single king of lordly sway is good, but more than one will slay, like plural sons on Judgment Day. Why, the very name of your genuine king keeps others from taking liberties. As the proverb puts it, mere mention of a lordly monarch's name to mean men straightway saves from loss and shame. And there is a saying, the feigning of a great commission immensely betters your condition. Feigning a message from the moon, the rabbits dwelt in comfort soon. How was that? Asked the birds. And the crow told how the rabbit fooled the elephant. End of section 47. Section 48 of Panchatantra by Vishnu Sharma, translated by Arthur William Ryder. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. How the Rabbit Fooled the Elephant. In a part of a forest lived an elephant king named Four Tusk, who had a numerous retinue of elephants. His time was spent in protecting the herd. Now once there came a 12-year drought, so that tanks, ponds, swamps, and lakes went dry. Then all the elephants said to the lord of the herd, "O king, our little ones are so tortured by thirst that some are like to die, and some are dead. Pray devise a method of removing thirst." So he sent in 8 directions, elephants fleet as the wind, to search for water. Now those who went east found beside a path near a hermitage a lake named Lake of the Moon. It was beautiful with swans, herons, ospreys, ducks, sheldrakes, cranes, and water creatures. It was embowered in flowering sprays of branches drooping under the weight of various blossoms. Both banks were embellished with trees. It had beaches made lovely by sheets of foam born of the splashing of transparent waves that danced in the breeze and broke on the shore. Its water was perfumed by ichor juice that oozed from elephant temples washed clean of bees, for these flew up when the lordly creatures plunged. It was ever screened from the heat of the sun by hundreds of parasols in the shape of the countless leaves of trees on its banks. It gave forth deep-toned music from uncounted waves that turned aside on meeting the plump legs, hips, and bosoms of mountain maidens diving. It was brimming with crystal water and beautified with thickets of water lilies in full blossom. Why describe it? It was a segment of paradise. When they saw this, they hastened back to report to the Elephant King. So Four Tusk, on hearing their report, travelled with them by easy stages to the Lake of the Moon, and finding a gentle slope all around the lake, the elephants plunged in, thereby crushing the heads, necks, forepaws, and hindpaws of thousands of rabbits who long before had made their homes on the banks. Now after drinking and bathing, the Elephant King with his followers departed to his own portion of the jungle. Then the rabbits who were left alive held an emergency convention. "What are we to do now?" said they. "Those fellows, curse their tracks, will come here every day. Let some plan be framed at once to prevent their return." Thereupon a rabbit named Victory, perceiving their terror and their utter woe at the crushing of sons, wives, and relatives, said compassionately, "Have no fear, they shall not return, I promise it, for my guardian angel has granted me this grace." And hearing this, the Rabbit King, whose name was Block Snout, said to Victory, "Dear friend, this is beyond peradventure, for good Victory knows every fact the textbooks teach, knows how to act in every place and time. Where he is sent, there comes prosperity." And again, "Speak for pleasure, speak with measure, speak with grammar's richest treasure. Not too much, and with reflection, deeds will follow words' direction. The elephants, sir, making acquaintance with your ripe wisdom, will become aware of my majesty, wisdom, and energy, though I am not present. For the proverb says, 'I learn if foreign kings be fools or no, by their dispatches or their nuncio.' And there is a saying, 'The envoy binds, he loosens what is bound. Through him success and war, if found, is found. And if you go, it is as if I went myself, because of you. Speak what lies in your commission, speak with careful composition, grammar and good ethics seeking, 'tis as if myself were speaking. And again, this is, in brief, the envoy's care, an argument to fit the facts and sound results, so far as speech may be translated into acts. Depart then, dear friend, and may the office of envoy prove a second guardian angel to you. So Victory departed, and espied the Elephant King in the act of returning to the lake. He was surrounded by thousands of lordly elephants, whose ears, like flowering branches, were swaying in a dignified dance. His body was dappled with masses of pollen from his couch, made of twigs from the tips of branches of flowering cassia trees, so that he seemed a laden cloud with many clinging lightning flashes. His trumpeting was as deep-toned and awe-inspiring as the clash of countless thunderbolts, from which, in the rainy season, piercing flashes gleam. He had the glossy beauty of leaves in a bed of pure blue lotuses. His twisting trunk had the charm of perfect snake. His presence was that of an elephant of heaven. His 2 tusks, shapely, smooth, and full, had the color of honey. Around his entire visage rose a charming hum from swarms of bees drawn by the fragrant perfume of the ica juice that issued from his temples. And Victory reflected, "It is impossible for folk like me to come too near, because, as the proverb puts it, an elephant will kill you if he touch, a serpent if he sniff. King's laughter was a deadly sting. A rascal kills by honoring. I must by all odds seek impregnable terrain before introducing myself." After these reflections, he climbed upon a tall and jagged rock pile before saying, "Is it well with you, lord of the 2-tusked breed?" And the Elephant King, hearing this, peered narrowly about and said, "Who are you, sir?" "I am envoy," said the rabbit. "In whose service?" asked the elephant. And the envoy answered, "In the service of the blessed moon." "State your business," said the Elephant King. And the rabbit stated it thus: "You are aware, sir, that no injury may be done an envoy in the discharge of his function, for all kings without exception use envoys as their mouthpieces. Indeed, there is a proverb, 'Though swords be out and kinsmen fall in strife, the king still spares the harsh-tongued envoy's life.' Therefore, by command of the moon, I say to you, why, O mortal, why have you used violence upon others, with no true reckoning of your own power or your foes? For the scripture says, 'All those who madly march to deeds, not reckoning who are masters, themselves or powerful enemies, are asking for disasters.' Now you have sinfully violated the lake of the moon, known afar by my sacred name, and there you have slain rabbits who are under my special protection, who are of the race of that rabbit king cherished in my bosom. This is iniquitous. Nay, one would think you the only creature in the world who does not know the rabbit in the moon. But what is gained by much speaking? Desist from such actions, or disaster will befall you at my hands. But if from this hour you desist, great distinction will be yours, for your body will be nourished by my moonlight, and with your companions you shall pursue your happy, carefree fancies in this forest. In the alternative case, my light shall be withheld. Your body will be scorched by summer heat, and you with your companions will perish." On hearing this, the Elephant King felt his heart stagger, and after long reflection he said, "It is true, sir, I have sinned against the blessed moon. Who am I that I should longer contend with him? Pray point out to me, and quickly, the way that I must travel to win the blessed moon's forgiveness." The rabbit said, "Come, sir, alone, I will point it out." So he went by night to the lake of the moon, and showed him the moon reflected in the water. There was the brilliant, quivering disk of lustrous loveliness, surrounded by the planets, the 7 sages, and hosts of stars, all dancing in the reflection of heaven's broad expanse, and its circle was complete with a full complement of digits. Seeing this, the elephant said, "I purify myself and worship the deity. and he dropped upon the water a trunk that 2 men's arms might have encircled. Thereby he disturbed the water. The moon's disk danced to and fro as if mounted on a whirling wheel, and he saw 1,000 moons. Then Victory started back in great agitation, and said to the Elephant King, "Woe, woe to you, O King! You have doubly enraged the moon." The elephant said, "For what reason is the blessed moon angry with me?" "Because," said Victory, "you have touched this water." So the Elephant King, with drooping eyes, bowed his head to the very earth in deep obeisance in order to win forgiveness from the blessed moon. And he spoke again to Victory, "My worthy sir, in all other manners also, beseech for me the forgiveness of the blessed moon. I shall never return here." And with these words, he went to his own place. And that is why I say, the feigning of a great commission and the rest of it. But worse remains behind. The owl is a seedy rascal with a wicked soul. He could never protect subjects. Or rather, to say nothing of protection, you may anticipate actual danger from him. You know the stanza. A seedy umpire is not very pleasing to either adversary. Rabbit and partridge teach you that. They died confiding in the cat. "How was that? Tell us about it," said the birds. And the crow told the story of the cat's judgment. End of section 48. Section 49 of Panchatantra by Vishnu Sharma, translated by Arthur William Ryder. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Cat's Judgment. At one time, I was myself living in a certain tree, and beneath the same tree dwelt another bird, a partridge. So by virtue of our near neighborhood, there sprang up between us a firm friendship. Every day after taking our meals and airings, we spent the evening hours in a round of amusements, such as repeating witty sayings, telling tales from the old storybooks, solving puzzles and conundrums, or exchanging presents. One day, the partridge went foraging with other birds to a spot where the rice was ripe and abundant, and he did not return at nightfall. Of course I missed him greatly, and I thought, "Alas, why does not my friend the partridge come home tonight? I am much afraid he is caught in some trap, or has even been killed." And many days passed while I grieved in this way. Now one evening, a rabbit named Speedy made himself at home in the partridge's old nest in the hole. Nor did I say him nay, for I despaired of seeing the partridge again. However, one fine day the partridge, who had grown extremely plump from eating rice, remembered his old home and returned. This indeed is not to be wondered at. No mortal has such joy, although in heaven's fields he roam, as in his city, in his land, and in his humble home. Now when he saw the rabbit in the hole, he said reproachfully, "Come now, rabbit, you have done a shabby thing in occupying my apartment. Please be gone, and lose no time about it." "You fool," said the rabbit, "don't you know that a dwelling is yours only while you occupy it?" "Very well then," said the partridge, "suppose we ask the neighbors. For to give a legal quotation, for ownership of cisterns, tanks, wells, groves, and houses too, the neighbor's testimony goes. Such is the legal view. And again, when house or field or well or grove or land is in dispute, a neighbor's testimony is decisive of the suit. Then the rabbit said, "You fool, are you ignorant of the consecrated tradition which says, suppose beside your neighbor you for 10 long years abide, what weight of learned arguments eyewitnesses decide? Fool, fool, did you never hear the dictum of the sage Narada? The title to possession is a 10 years' habitation with men, but with the birds and beasts, mere present occupation. Hence, even when supposing this apartment to be yours, still it was unoccupied when I moved in, and now it is mine." "Well, well," replied the partridge, "if you appeal to consecrated tradition, Come with me, and we will consult the specialists. It shall be yours or mine according to their decision." "Very well," said the other, and together they started off to have their suit decided. I, too, was at their heels out of curiosity. "I will just see what comes of all this," I said to myself. Now they had not travelled far when the rabbit asked the partridge, "My good fellow, who is to pass the judgment on our disagreement?" And the partridge answered, "On a sand bank by the sacred Ganges, where there is sweet music from the dancing waves that intercross the break when the water is swept by nimble breezes, there dwells a tomcat, whose name is Curd-ear. He abides unshaken in his vow of penance and self-denial, and character has begotten compassion. But when the rabbit spied the cat, his soul staggered with terror, and he said, 'No, no, he is a seedy rascal.' You must have heard the proverb, 'Oh, never trust a rogue for all his Pharisaic puzzling. At holy shrines some saints are found, quite capable of guzzling.'" Upon hearing this, Curd-ear, whose manner of life had been assumed for the purpose of making an easy livelihood, desired to win their confidence. He therefore gazed straight at the sun, stood on his hind legs, lifted his forepaws, blinked his eyes, and in order to deceive them by pious sentiments, delivered the following moral discourse. "Alas, alas! All is vanity. This fragile life passes in a moment. Union with the beloved is an empty dream. Family endearments are a conjurer's trick. But for the moral law, there would be no escape. Oh, listen to Scripture. Each transitory day, O man, to moral living give. Else, like the blacksmith's bellows, you suck air but do not live. And furthermore, non-moral learning is a curse, a dog's tail, nothing less. That does not save from flies and fleas, nor cover nakedness. And yet again, a rotten ear among the wheat, among the birds a bat, is he who spurns the moral law, the merest living gnat. The flowers and fruit are better than the tree. Better than curds is butter said to be. Better than oil cake, oil that trickles free. Better than mortal man, morality, the praise of constant steadfastness. Some wise professors sing, but moral earnestness is swift, though many fetters cling. Forget your prosings manifold, the moral law is briefly told. To help your neighbor, this is good. To injure him is devilhood." Having listened to this moral discourse, the rabbit said, "Friend Partridge, here on the river bank is the saint who expounds the moral law. Let us ask him." But the partridge said, "After all, he is our natural enemy. Let us ask him from a distance." So together they began to question him. "O holy moralist, a dispute has arisen between us. Pray give judgment in accordance with the moral law, and whichever of us is found to speak falsely, him you may eat." "Dear friends," said the cat, "I implore you not to speak thus. My soul abhors every act of cruelty, that street sign pointing to hell. Surely you know the Scripture. The holy first commandment runs, 'Not harsh but kindly be,' and therefore lavish mercy on mosquito, louse, and flea. Why speak of hurting innocence? For he with purpose fell, who injures even noxious beasts, is plunged in ghastly hell. Nay, even those who slay living creatures in the act of sacrifice are befuddled, and their hermeneutic theology is at fault. And if you object to me, the passage, 'One should sacrifice with goats,' in that passage the word goats signifies grain that has aged 7 years. Go oats, such is the true exegesis. And then consider this passage. If he who cuts down trees or cattle, or makes a bloody slime in battle, should thereby win to heaven, well, who, let me ask you, goes to hell? No, no, I shall eat nobody. However, I am somewhat old and do not readily distinguish your voices from a distance. So how am I to determine winner and loser? In view of this, Pray draw near and make me acquainted with the case. Then I can pronounce a judgment that discriminates the essence of the matter, and thus causes no impediment in my march to the other world. You know the stanza. If any man from pride or greed, timidity or wrath, judge falsely, he has set his foot on hell's downsloping path. And again, who wrongs a sheep, slays kinsmen 5, who wrongs a cow, slays 10. 100 die for maidens wronged, 1,000 die for men. Therefore, confide in me, and speak clearly at the edge of my ear. Why spin it out? That seedy rogue won their trust so fully that they both drew near him. Then of course he seized them simultaneously, one with his paw, the other with the saw of his teeth, and when they were dead, he ate them both. And that is why I say the seedy empire is not fairy, and the rest of it. Just so, you two being blind at night, if you take as overlord this seedy fellow who is blind in the daytime, will go the way of the rabbit and the partridge. Reflect on this, then do what seems proper. And all the birds, after listening to the crow's remarks, said, He speaks well. And they flew to their homes, planning to reassemble for consultation on the question of a king. Only the owl remained with his consort, for he was blind in the daytime. There he sat in his chair of state, awaiting the anointing, and he called out, Ho there! Who takes my orders? Why is the ceremony delayed? Thereupon his consort said, My dear sir, the crow has found means to hold up the ceremony, and the birds have gone flying away. Only that crow, for some reason or other, remains here all alone. Rise at once, and I will conduct you home. Then the owl was deeply disappointed, and he said, You monster, why have you wronged me by preventing the regal anointing? From this day there is enmity between us. For the proverb says, When arrows pierce or axes wound a tree, it grows together sound. From cruel, ugly speech you feel a wound that time will never heal. Thereupon he went home with his consort, while the crow reflected, Dear me, I have burdened myself with a needless enmity by speaking so. I should have remembered. All spoken words of harsh and heedless, and inappropriate and needless, are self-condemnatory slips that turn to poison on the lips. And again, however wise and strong you be, beware the needless enemy. You would not swallow poison down, because a doctor lives in town. No man of sense vituperates another, while the public waits, for even truth should be concealed, if causing sorrow when revealed. And finally, reflect with many a chosen friend. Reflect alone, and to the end, then act. You are intelligent, and fame's and wealth's recipient. After these reflections, the crow also left the spot. For this cause, my son, we have inherited feud with the owls. Father, said Cloudy, what should we do under the circumstances? And Livestrong answered, Even in these circumstances, there is an effective procedure other than the 6 expedients. This I will adopt, and will myself lead the way to conquer the enemy. I will deceive them, and put them in a fatal situation. For the saying says, The strong, deft, clever, rascal's note, who robbed the Brahman of his goat. How was that? Asked Cloudy, and Livestrong told the story of the Brahman's goat. End of section 49. Section 50 of Panchatantra by Vishnu Sharma, translated by Arthur William Ryder. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Brahman's Goat. In a certain town lived a Brahman named Friendly, who had undertaken the labor of maintaining the sacred fire. One day in the month of February, when a gentle breeze was blowing, when the sky was veiled in clouds, and a drizzling rain was falling, he went to another village to beg a victim for the sacrifice, and said to a certain man, "O sacrificer, I wish to make an offering on the approaching day of the new moon. Pray give me a victim." And the man gave him a plump goat as prescribed in Scripture. This he put through its paces, found it sound, placed it on his shoulder, and started in haste for his own city. Now on the road he was met by 3 rogues, whose throats were pinched with hunger. These, spying the plump creature on his shoulder, whispered together, "Come now, if we could eat that creature, we should have the laugh on this sleety weather. Let us fool him, get the goat, and ward off the cold." So the first of them changed his dress, issued from a bypath to meet the Brahmin, and thus addressed that man of pious life. "O pious Brahmin, why are you doing a thing so unconventional and so ridiculous? You are carrying an unclean animal, a dog, on your shoulder. Are you ignorant of the verse? The dog and the rooster, the hangman, the ass, the camel defile you. Don't touch them, but pass." At that the Brahmin was mastered by anger, and he said, "Are you blind, man, that you impute doghood to a goat?" "O Brahmin," said the rogue, "do not be angry. Go whither you will." But when he had travelled a little further, the second rogue met him and said, "Alas, holy sir, alas! Even if this dead calf was a pet, still you should not put it on your shoulder, for the proverb says, 'Touch not wisely man or beast that lifeless lie, else gifts of milk and lunar fast must purify.'" Then the Brahmin spoke in anger, "Are you blind, man? You call a goat a calf?" And the rogue said, "Holy sir, do not be angry. I spoke in ignorance. Do as you will." But when he had walked only a little further through the forest, the third rogue, changing his dress, met him and said, "Sir, this is most improper. You are carrying a donkey on your shoulder. Yet the proverb tells you, if you should touch an ass, be it in ignorance or not, you must wash your clothes and bathe to cleanse the sinful spot. Pray drop this thing before another sees you." So the Brahmin concluded that it was a goblin in quadruped form, threw it on the ground, and made for home terrified. Meanwhile the 3 rogues met, caught the goat, and carried out their plan. And that is why I say, the strong, deft, clever rascal's note, and the rest of it. Moreover, there is sound sense in this. Is any man uncheated by new servants' diligence, the praise of guests, the maiden's tears, and roguish eloquence? Furthermore, one should avoid a quarrel with a crowd, though the individuals be weak. As the verse puts it, "Beware the populace enraged, a crowd's a fearsome thing. The ants devoured the giant snake for all his quivering." "How was that?" asked Cloudy. And Livestrong told the story of The Snake and the Ants. End of section 50. Section 51 of Panchatantra by Vishnu Sharma, translated by Arthur William Ryder. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Snake and the Ants. In a certain ant-hill lived a prodigious black snake, and his name was Haughty. One day, instead of following the beaten path out of his hole, he tried to crawl through a narrower crevice. In doing so, he suffered a wound, because his body was huge and the opening was small, and fate willed it so. Then the ants gathered about him, drawn by the odor of blood from the wound, and drove him frantic. How many did he kill, or how many crush? Yet their uncounted phalanx stung him in every member, and enlarged the numerous wounds, and Haughty perished. And that is why I say, before the populace enraged, and the rest of it. Furthermore, O king, I have something to tell you, which you must consider and ponder and do. Father, said Cloudy, tell me what you have in mind. And Livestrong said, Listen, my son, I have discovered a 5th device, different from the well-known 4, conciliation, intrigue, bribery, and fighting, and it is this. You must turn against me, revile me with the hardest-hearted words you can find, Smear me with blood, which you will provide in order to deceive the enemy's spies. Throw me out at the foot of this banyan tree, and depart yourself to Antelope Mountain. And there you must stay with your retinue until by clever planning I win the trust of all the enemy, discover the heart of their fortress, and kill them. For they are blind in the daytime. This plan I devised on the assumption that their fortress is of simple construction, without egress at the rear. For the saying goes, a fort must have for egress, say the specialists, a gap. If this be lacking, it is not a fortress, but a trap. Nor should you feel any pity for me, for the proverb says, pet and pamper servants well, love them as you love your life, yet consider them as dry tinder in the hour of strife. Nor must you balk me in my design, for once more, cherish servants like yourself. Guard them as you guard your life, every day for one sole day, when you meet your foe in strife. With these words, he started a sham fight with the king, and Cloudy's retinue, seeing Livestrong jabber with unbridled license at the king, started up to kill him. But Cloudy said, Out of my path, you! I take upon myself the chastisement of this traitorous scoundrel. With this he pounced upon him, pecked at him gently, smeared him with blood which he had provided, and departed with his retinue for Antelope Mountain, as Livestrong had recommended. At this juncture, the owl's consort, acting as spy for the enemy, went and reported in detail to the Owl King the disgrace of Cloudy's Prime Minister. And the Owl King, informed of the occurrence, started with his retainers at sundown on a crow hunt. And he said, Hasten, friends, hasten! The enemy is panic-stricken, is in full flight, and can be readily caught. For the proverb says, In flight a fort becomes a trap, where all defence is lacking. 'Tis easy then to beat a king, whose men are busy packing. With this battle cry they flew to attack the banyan tree, and failing to find a single crow, King Foe-crusher gleefully perched on a branch, and while the court poets chanted flatteries, he gave orders. Ho there! Discover their line of retreat. Before they establish themselves in a fort, I will be at their heels and will kill them. At this point, Livestrong reflected, If the enemy simply go home after learning what we have done, I shall have accomplished nothing. For the proverb says, the first or second evidence of genuine intelligence is leave a business unbegun, or if begun, then see it done. It would have been better not to undertake this than to see the undertaking fail. I will reveal myself by letting them hear me caw. So he cawed with a feeble squeak, and the owls hearing this started up to kill him. But Livestrong said, Gentlemen, I am Cloudy's minister Livestrong, reduced to this state by Cloudy himself. Pray inform your own king. I have much to discuss with him. So the Owl King, informed by his followers, came, beheld with astonishment the scars of many wounds, and said, Well, sir, how did you fall into this condition? Tell me. And Livestrong said, O king, listen. Yesterday that rascal Cloudy, seeing how many crows you had killed, was distracted by wrath and grief, and started for your fortress. Whereupon I said, You should not march against him, for they are strong and we are weak. Now the proverb advises those who wish to thrive, Do not even in thought offend stronger foes who will not bend. They will feel no loss or shame. You will die a moth in flame. You should seek peace by paying him tribute. When he heard this, he was made furious by rascally advisers, suspected me of being a partisan of yours, and reduced me to this state. Therefore your royal feet are now my sole refuge. In a word, so long as I can stir, I will conduct you to his abode, and cause the total destruction of the crows. On hearing this, Foe-crusher took counsel with the counsellors who had served his father and his grandfather. They were 5 in number, and their names were Red Eye, Fierce Eye, Flame Eye, Hook Nose, and Wall Ear. So first he questioned Red-Eye. "My worthy sir, what is to be done under the circumstances?" And Red-Eye said, "O king, what is there to consider here? Kill him without hesitation. For the proverb says, 'Kill a weakling lest he grow hard to smite. Later with augmented power he will fight.' Besides, you know how common people say, 'A lost chance brings a curse.' And again, 'He who will not when he may, when he will he shall have nay.' And this too, 'The lighted funeral pile you may break up and fling apart, but love, when torn and patched again, lives in an aching heart.' How was that?" asked Forecrusher, and Red-Eye told the story of the snake who paid cash. End of section 51. Section 52 of Panchatantra by Vishnu Sharma, translated by Arthur William Ryder. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Snake Who Paid Cash. There was once a Brahmin in a certain place. His time was wholly spent in unproductive farming. Now one day, toward the end of summer, the heat was too much for him, and he dozed in the shade of a tree in the middle of his field. Not far away he saw, peering over an ant hill, a terrifying snake that thrust forward a great swelling hood. And he reflected, "Surely this is the guardian deity of the field, and I never paid him honor. That is why my farm work is unproductive. I will pay him honor." Thereupon he begged milk from somebody, put it in a saucer, went to the ant hill and said, "O guardian of the field, all this long time I did not know that you were living here. Therefore I paid you no honor. From now on, please be gracious to me." With this he presented the milk and went home. Now when he came back in the morning and looked about, he found a gold dinar in the saucer. So he went there every day alone and offered milk, receiving a dinar each time. One day, however, the Brahmin went to town, instructing his son to carry milk to the ant-hill. And the boy took the milk there, set it down, and went home again. The next day he went there, found a single dinar, and thought, "Surely this ant-hill is full of dinars. I will kill that fellow and get them all." With this purpose, while offering milk the next day, the Brahmin's son struck the snake on the head with a cudgel. Yet somehow, for fate willed it so, the snake did not die. Instead, he furiously struck the boy with his sharp fangs, to such effect that the boy died at once, and the relatives cremated him on a wood pile near the field. On the second day the father returned, and learning from his relatives the cause of his son's death, he found the facts as stated. And he said, "Be generous to all that lives, receive the needy guest. If not, your own life fades away, like swans from lotus nest." "How was that?" asked the men, and the Brahmin told the story of the Unsocial Swans. End of section 52. Section 53 of Panchatantra by Vishnu Sharma, translated by Arthur William Ryder. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Unsocial Swans. There was once a king named Gay Chariot in a certain place. He owned a lake named Lotus Lake, which his soldiers guarded carefully, for many golden swans lived there, and they gave one tail feather apiece every 6 months. Now to that lake came a great bird, all of gold, and they told him, "You cannot live among us, for we have rented this lake at the rate of a tail feather for 6 months. And so, to cut a long story short, a dispute arose. Then the great bird sought the king's protection, saying, "O king, those birds ask, what will our king do? We give lodging to nobody." And I said, "You are not very polite. I will go and tell the king. This is the situation. The king must decide." Then the king said to his men, "Go you, Kill all the birds and bring them here at once." And they started immediately, obeying the king's command. Now one old bird saw the king's men with clubs in their hands, and he said, "Well, kinsmen, this is rather unpleasant. We must all hang together. Let us fly up and away." And they did so. And that is why I say, be generous to all that lives, and the rest of it. So in the morning the Brahman took milk again, went to the spot and called out, in an effort to win the snake's confidence, "My son met the death that suited his intelligence." Then the snake said, "The lighted funeral pile you may break up and fling apart, but love, when torn and patched again, lives in an aching heart. Thus, when he is dead, you will without effort enjoy a thornless kingdom." Having listened to this proposal, the king asked Fierce Eye, "My worthy sir, what is your opinion?" And Fierce Eye said, "O king, his advice is heartless, for one does not kill a suppliant. No doubt you have heard the old story. The dove there mentioned entertained, his suppliant foeman slaughter-stained, paid honour due, his guest to greet, and sacrificed himself for meat." "How was that?" asked Foe Crusher, and Fierce Eye told the story of the self-sacrificing dove. End of section 53. Section 54 of Panchatantra by Vishnu Sharma, translated by Arthur William Ryder. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The self-sacrificing dove. A ghastly fowler plied his trade of horror in a forest, made all living creatures hold their breath. He seemed to them the god of death. He had no comrade on the earth, no friend, no relative by birth. They all renounced him. He had made them do so by his horrid trade. For you know the dreadful wretches bringing death on those who love their living breath, with natural repulsion, like fierce serpents, fill before they strike. To snare, to imprison, and to drub, he took a net, a cage, a club, and wandering daily in the wood, he brought all creatures harm, not good. While he was in the wood one day, the sky grew black with clouds straightway. So wild the wind, so fierce the rain, it seemed the world dissolved in pain. Then as the heart within him quivered, and every limb grew numb and shivered, he sought where might a refuge be, and chanced to come upon a tree. Now as he rested, near and far, in sudden clearing skies, each star shone bright, and he had wit to pray, "O Lord, be kind to me today." There was a dove upon the tree, whose nest was in cavity, and since his wife was absent long, he grieved for her in mournful song. "The wind and rain were very great, and my beloved wife is late in coming home. When she is not at home, home is an empty spot. The house is not the home, but where the wife is found, the home is there. The home without the wife is less to me than wild wilderness. Some wives their lives devotion give, and in and for the husband live. Whatever man has such a wife is heaped with blessings all his life." From fowling cage the female dove had caught the speech of grief and love, and she was deeply gratified, and to her husband thus replied, "No woman earns the name of bride whose husband is not satisfied. If he is happy, she may know the gods she venerates are so. That woman should be burned entire, like vines that fade in forest fire, while blossoms drop from clustered side, whose husband is not satisfied." And she continued, "O hearken heedfully, my dear. My words are good for you to hear. Though it should cost your life, defend the guest who seeks in you a friend. Here lies a fowler as a guest. He asks for comfort at your nest. Since cold and hunger press him so, begrudge him not from honor's store. And the scripture says, whoever does not give his best to cheer the late arriving guest will see his merit borne away, and for the other's sins will pay. Oh, let no hate against him rise. who caged the wife you idolize. It is my sins of former lives that fateful hold me in the gyves. For well you know, disease and poverty and pain, with woe that prison brings amain, are all the fruit of one sole tree, our own, our past iniquity. Abandon therefore thoughts of hate, deriving from my captive state. On virtue set your heart, and pay this man such honor as you may. On listening to his darling who seemed virtue woven through and through, an unknown courage fired the dove, he gave the fowler words of love. A hearty welcome, sir, to you. What for your service may I do? No more let anxious fancies roam, for here with me you are at home. In answer to his kindly words, replied the murderer of birds, Well, dove, the cold is in me still, give me a remedy for chill. The dove then brought a bonfire's sole surviving ember, one live coal, and where a pile of dry leaves lay, he kindled it to fire straightway. Now, sir, take heart, forgetting fear, resuscitate your members here. Alas, I cannot put to flight the cravings of your appetite. One patron feeds 1,000 men, one feeds 100, one feeds 10. But I, whose virtue does not thrive, scarce keep my puny self alive. Ah, if you have not in your nest provision for a single guest, why occupy today, tomorrow a nest that harbors naught but sorrow? I shall destroy my body, fain to end its living with its pain, that nevermore I stand confessed, powerless to aid a needy guest. And thus he blamed himself, you see. The greedy fowler went scot-free. Then I may yet your cravings sate, if one mere moment you will wait. Whereat that creature free from sin, joy quivering his soul within, walked round the fire as it had been his cherished home, and entered in. When this the greedy fowler saw, compassion filled his soul and awe. He, while the dove was cooking, spoke what from his heart a passage broke. None loves his soul, 'tis very plain, who smears it with a sinful stain. The soul commits the sin, and late or soon the soul must expiate. My thoughts are evil, my desire is ever set on what is dire. It needs but little wit to tell, I steer my course for ghastly hell. A moral lesson let me draw from what my savage spirit saw. The high-souled dove, that I may eat, has sacrificed himself for meat. Henceforth let all enjoyment be an unfamiliar thing to me. I'll share the shallow water's fate, in August will evaporate. Cold, wind, and heat I will embrace, grow thin and dirty, form and face. Will fast by every method known, seek virtue, perfect and alone. The fowler then apieces tore, club, peg, net, cage, and what is more, set free the wretched female dove, who sorrowed for her perished love. But she, released from clutches dire, beheld her husband in the fire, whereat she gave expression so to thoughts of horror and of woe. My lord, my love, what shall I do with life that drags apart from you? What profit has a wretched wife without a husband of her life? For self-esteem, respect, and pride, the family honor paid a bride, authority with all the brood of servants die with widowhood. Now after this lamenting sore, this sorrow bitter evermore, she went where lay her heart's desire, walked straight into the blazing fire. And lo, she sees her husband shine, O wonder, in a car divine. Her body wears a heavenly gown, and heavenly gems hang pendant down, while he, become a god, addressed true consolation to her breast. The deed that you have done is meet in following your husband, sweet. There grow upon a man alive some 30 million hairs and 5. So many years in heaven spend, wives following husbands to the end. So he joyfully took her into the chariot, embraced her, and lived happily. But the fowler sank into the deepest despondency and plunged into a great forest, meditating death. And there he saw a forest fire, and entered it, for all desire was dead. His sins were burned away. He went to heaven, there to stay. And that is why I say, the dove there mentioned entertained, and the rest of it. Having listened to this, Forecrusher asked Flame-eye, "What is your opinion, sir, things standing as they do?" And Flame-eye said, "She who always shrank from me hugs me to her breast. Thank you, benefactor. Take what you like the best." And the thief replied, "Nothing here that I should like. Should I want a thing, I'll return if she does not passionately cling." "But," asked Forecrusher, "who is she that does not cling? And who is the thief? I should like to hear this one in detail." And Flame-eye told the story of the old man with the young wife. End of section 54. Section 55 of Panchatantra by Vishnu Sharma, translated by Arthur William Ryder. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Old Man with the Young Wife. There was once an aged merchant in a certain town, and his name was Lovelorn. To such an extent had love clouded his reason, that when his wife died, he gave much money in order to marry the daughter of a penniless shopkeeper. But the girl was heartbroken, and could not bear to look at the old merchant. Thus indeed might have been anticipated. The silvered hair will sue in vain, a maiden's love beseeching. The maid despising it is fain to flee afar with screeching. Like hangman's wail it causes pain, where dead men's bones are bleaching. And furthermore, slow tottering steps the strength exhaust, the eye unsteady blinks, from drivelling mouth the teeth are lost, the handsome figure shrinks, the limbs are wrinkled, relatives and wives contemptuous pass, the son no further honour gives, to doddering age, alas. Now one night, while she was turning her back to him in bed, a thief entered the house, and she was terrified at seeing a thief, and embraced her husband, old as he was. He for his part felt every limb thrill with astonishment and love, and he thought, "Gracious me, why does she hug me tonight?" Then peering narrowly about, he discovered the thief in a corner and reflected, "No doubt she embraces me from fear of him." So he said to the thief, "She who always shrank from me hugs me to her breast. Thank you, benefactor. Take what you like the best." And the thief made reply, "Nothing here that I should like. Should I want a thing, I'll return if she does not passionately cling." Thus, advantage may be anticipated from a benefactor, thief though he be, how much more from a suppliant guest? Besides, having been maltreated by them, he will labour for our success, or for the revelation of their vulnerable point. In view of this, he should not be killed. Having listened to this view, Forecrusher questioned another counsellor, namely Hook-nose. "My worthy sir, what should be done under the present circumstances?" And Hook-nose answered, "O king, he should not be killed, for from enemies expect relief, if discord pierce their host. Thus life was given by the thief, and cattle by the ghost." "How was that?" asked Forecrusher, and Hook-nose told the story of the Brahman, the thief, and the ghost. End of section 55. Section 56 of Panchatantra by Vishnu Sharma, translated by Arthur William Ryder. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Brahman, the thief, and the ghost. There was once a poor Brahmin in a certain place. He lived on presents, and always did without such luxuries as fine clothes, and ointments, and perfumes, and garlands, and gems and betel gum. His beard and his nails were long, and so was the hair that covered his head and his body. Heat, cold, rain, and the like had dried him up. Then someone pitied him and gave him 2 calves. And the Brahmin began when they were little and fed them on butter and oil and fodder and other things that he begged. So he made them very plump. Then a thief saw them, and the idea came to him at once. I will steal these 2 cows from this Brahmin. So he took a rope and set out at night. But on the way, he met a fellow with a row of sharp teeth set far apart, with a high-bridged nose and uneven eyes, with limbs covered with knotty muscles, with hollow cheeks, with beard and body as yellow as a fire with much butter in it. And when the thief saw him, he started with acute fear and said, Who are you, sir? The other said, I am a ghost named Truthful. It is now your turn to explain yourself. The thief said, I am a thief, and my acts are cruel. I am on my way to steal 2 cows from a poor Brahmin. Then the ghost felt relieved and said, My dear sir, I take 1 meal every 3 days, so I will just eat this Brahmin today. It is delightful that you and I are on the same errand. So together they went there and hid, waiting for the proper moment. And when the Brahmin went to sleep, the ghost started forward to eat him. But the thief saw him and said, My dear sir, this is not right. You are not to eat the Brahmin until I have stolen his 2 cows. The ghost said, The racket would most likely wake the Brahmin. In that case, all my trouble would be in vain. But on the other hand, said the thief, if any hindrance arises when you start to eat him, then I cannot steal the 2 cows either. First, I will steal the 2 cows, then you may eat the Brahmin. So they disputed, each crying, Me first, me first, and when they became heated, the hubbub waked the Brahmin. Then the thief said, Brahmin, this is a ghost who wishes to eat you. And the ghost said, Brahmin, this is a thief who wishes to steal your 2 cows. When the Brahmin heard this, he stood up and took a good look, and by remembering a prayer to his favorite god, he saved his life from the ghost, then lifted a club and saved his 2 cows from the thief. And that is why I say, from enemies expect relief, and the rest of it. Besides, the scriptures tell a holy tale of sacrificial love, how Shibi gave the hawk his flesh as ransom for the dove, showing that it is contrary to religion to slay a suppliant. Having listened to this opinion, the king asked Warrior, What is your view, sir? Tell me. And Warrior said, O king, he certainly should not be killed, for if you spare his life, you two may well grow fond of each other and spend the time pleasantly. There is a saying, Be quick with mutual defense, in honest give and take, or perish like the ant-hill beast and like the belly snake. How was that? Asked Forecrusher, and Warrior told the story of the snake in the prince's belly. End of section 56. Section 57 of Panchatantra by Vishnu Sharma, translated by Arthur William Ryder. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Snake in the Prince's Belly. In a certain city dwelt a king, whose name was Godlike. He had a son who wasted daily in every limb because of a snake that used his belly as a home instead of an ant-hill. So the prince became dejected and went to another country. In a city of that country he begged alms, spending his time in a great temple. Now in that city was a king named Gift, who had 2 daughters in early womanhood. One of these bowed daily at her father's feet with a greeting, Victory, O king, while the other said, Your deserts, O king. At this the king grew angry and said, See, counselors, this young lady speaks malevolently. Give her to some foreigner. Let her have her own deserts. To this the councillors agreed, and gave the princess, with very few maidservants, to the prince who made his home in the temple. And she was delighted, accepted her husband like a god, and went with him to a far country. There by the edge of a tank in a distant city, She left the prince to look after the house, while she went with her maids to buy butter, oil, salt, rice, and other supplies. When her shopping was done, she returned and found the prince with his head resting on an anthill, and from his mouth issued the head of a hooded snake taking the air. Likewise, another snake crawled from the anthill, also to take the air. When these two saw each other, their eyes grew red with anger, and the anthill snake said, "You villain! How can you torment in this way a prince who is so perfectly handsome?" And the snake in the prince's mouth said, "Villain yourself! How can you bemire those 2 pots full of gold?" In this fashion, each laid bare the other's weakness. Then the anthill snake continued, "You villain! Doesn't anybody know the simple remedy of drinking black mustard and so destroying you?" And the belly snake retorted, "And doesn't anybody know the simple way to destroy you by pouring in hot water?" Now the princess, hiding behind a branch, overheard their conversation and did just as they suggested. So she made her husband sound and well and acquired vast wealth. When she returned to her own country, she was highly honored by father, mother, and relatives, and lived happily, for she had her deserts. And that is why I say, be quick with mutual defense, and the rest of it. Now Forecrusher, having heard their advice, agreed, but Red Eye, perceiving that the matter was decided, continued his remarks with a quiet sneer. "Alas, alas! Our lord the king has been wickedly done to death by you gentlemen. For the proverb says, where honor is withheld, or paid mistakenly, 'tis clear, 3 things have unrestricted course, famine and death and fear. And again, it argues utter want of sense to pardon obvious offense. The carpenter upon his head took wife and him who fouled his bed." "How is that?" asked the councillors. And Red Eye told the story of the Gullible Carpenter. End of section 57. Section 58 of Panchatantra by Vishnu Sharma, translated by Arthur William Ryder. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Gullible Carpenter. There was once a carpenter in a certain village. His wife was a whore, and reputed to be such. So he, desiring to test her, thought, "How can I put her to the test?" For the proverb says, "Fire chills, rogues bless, and moonlight burns, before a wife to virtue turns." Now I know from popular gossip that she is unfaithful. For the saying goes, all things that are not seen or heard, in science or the sacred word, all things in interstellar space, are known among the populace. After these reflections, he said to his wife, "Tomorrow morning, my dear, I am going to another village, where I shall be detained several days. Please put me up a nice lunch." And her heart quivered when she heard this. She eagerly dropped everything to make delicious dishes, almost pure butter and sugar. In fact, the old saw was justified. When lowering clouds shut in the day, when streets are mired with sticky clay, when husband lingers far away, the flirt becomes supremely gay. Now at dawn the carpenter rose and left his house. When she had made sure that he was gone, with laughing countenance she spent the dragging day in trying on all her best things. Then she called on an old lover and said, "My husband has gone to another village, the rascal. Please come to our house when the people are asleep." And he did so. Now the carpenter spent the day in the forest, stole into his house at twilight by a side entrance, and hid under the bed. At this juncture, the other fellow arrived and got into bed, and when the carpenter saw him, his heart was stabbed by wrath, and he thought, "Shall I rise and smite him, or shall I wait until they are asleep and kill them both without effort? Or again, shall I wait to see how she behaves, listen to what she says to him?" At this moment, she softly locked the door and went to bed. But as she did so, she stubbed her toe on the carpenter's body. and she thought, "It must be that carpenter, the rascal, who is testing me. Well, I will give him a taste of woman's tricks." While she was thinking, the fellow became insistent, but she clasped her hands and said, "Dear and honored sir, you must not touch me." And he said, "Well, well, for what purpose did you invite me?" "Listen," said she. "I went this morning to Gauri's shrine to see the goddess. There, all at once, I heard a voice in the sky saying, 'What am I to do, my daughter? You are devoted to me, yet in 6 months' time, by the decree of fate, you will be a widow.' Then I said, 'O blessed goddess, since you are aware of the calamity, you also know the remedy. Is there any means of making my husband live 100 years? And the goddess replied, 'Indeed there is, a remedy depending on you alone.' 'Of course,' I said, 'if it cost my life, pray tell me, and I will do it.' Then the goddess said, 'If you go to bed with another man and embrace him, then the untimely death that threatens your husband will pass to him, and your husband will live another 100 years. For this purpose I invited you. Now do what you had in mind. The words of a goddess must not be falsified. So much is certain.' Then his face blossomed with noiseless laughter, and he did as she said. Now the carpenter, fool that he was, felt his body thrill with joy on hearing her words, and he issued from under the bed, saying, 'Bravo, faithful wife! Bravo, delight of the family! Because my heart was troubled by the gossip of evil creatures, I pretended a trip to another village in order to test you, and lay hidden under the bed. Come now, embrace me.' With these words he embraced her and lifted her to his shoulder, then said to the fellow, 'My dear and honored sir, you have come here because my good deeds earned this happiness. Through your favor I have won a full 100 years of life. You too must mount my shoulder.' So he forced the fellow, much against his will, to mount his shoulder, and then went dancing about to the doors of the houses of all his relatives. And that is why I say, it argues utter want of sense to pardon obvious offense, and the rest of it. We are certainly uprooted and undone, for the proverb is right in saying, 'Shrewd men unmask a foe, who seems a friend, whose speech is kind, whose acts to hatred tend.' And again, 'Before fool's counsel flees prosperity, though won, its place and time are lost, like dark before the sun.' But they all disregarded his advice, picked Livestrong up, and started to carry him to their fortress. And on the journey Livestrong said, 'O king, I have done nothing yet, and I am in a sad state. Why are you so kind to me? Nay, I desire to enter the blazing fire. Pray put me under obligations by providing fire.' Now Red Eye pierced his purpose and said, 'Why do you wish to enter fire?' And Livestrong replied, 'For your sake. I have been plunged into the calamity by Cloudy. Therefore I wish to be reborn as an owl, in order to requite their enmity.' Now Red Eye, being a master of diplomacy, rejoined, 'My dear sir, you are wily and plausible. Even if reborn as an owl, you would highly esteem your corvine provenience. There is a story that illustrates the point. Though mountain, sun, and cloud, and wind were suitors at her feet, the Mouse-maid turned a mouse again. Nature is hard to beat.' 'How was that?' asked Livestrong, and Red Eye told the story of Mouse-maid made mouse. End of section 58. Section 59 of Panchatantra by Vishnu Sharma, translated by Arthur William Ryder. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Mouse-maid made mouse. The billows of the Ganges were dotted with pearly foam, born of the leaping of fishes, frightened at hearing the roar of the waters that broke on the rugged, rocky shore. On the bank was a hermitage crowded with holy men, devoting their time to the performance of sacred rites, chanting, self-denial, self-torture, study, fasting, and sacrifice. They would take purified water only, and that in measured sips. Their bodies wasted under a diet of bulbs, roots, fruits, and moss. A loincloth made of bark formed their scanty raiment. The father of the hermitage was named Yajnavalkya. After he had bathed in the sacred stream and had begun to rinse his mouth, a little female mouse dropped from a hawk's beak and fell into his hand. When he saw what she was, he laid her on a banyan leaf, repeated his bath and mouth rinsing, and performed a ceremony of purification. Then, through the magic power of His Holiness, he changed her into a girl and took her with him to his hermitage. As his wife was childless, he said to her, "Take her, my dear wife. She has come into life as your daughter, and you must rear her carefully." So the wife reared her and spoiled her with petting. As soon as the girl reached the age of 12, the mother saw that she was ready for marriage, and said to her husband, "My dear husband, how can you fail to see that the time is passing when your daughter should marry?" And he replied, "You are quite right, my dear. The saying goes, before a man is gratified, these gods must treat her as a bride. The fire, the moon, the choir of heaven. In this way no offense is given. Holiness is the gift of fire, a sweet voice of the heavenly choir. The moon gives purity within, so is a woman free from sin. Before nubility 'tis said that she is white, but after red, before her womanhood is plain, she is, though naked, free from stain. The moon in mystic fashion weds a maiden when her beauty spreads, the holy choir when bosoms grow, the fire upon the monthly flow. To wed a maid is therefore good before developed womanhood, nor need the loving parents wait beyond the early age of 8. The early signs one kinsman slay, the bosom takes the next away. Friends die for passion gratified, the father, if she ne'er the bride. For if she bides a maiden still, she gives herself to whom she will, then marry her in tender age, so warns the heaven-begotten sage. If she, unwed, unpurified, too long within the home abide, she may no longer married be, a miserable spinster she. Her father then, avoiding sin, weds her the appointed time within, where'er a husband may be had, to good, indifferent, or bad. Nor I will try to give her to one of her own station. You know the saying, where wealth is very much the same, and similar the family fame, marriage or friendship is secure, but not between the rich and poor. And finally, aim at 7 things in marriage, all the rest you may disparage. But get money, good looks, and knowledge of books, good family, youth, position, and truth. So if she is willing, I will summon the blessed sun, and give her to him. I see no harm in that, said his wife. Let it be done. The holy man therefore summoned the sun, who appeared without delay and said, Holy sir, why am I summoned? The father said, Here is a daughter of mine. Be kind enough to marry her. Then turning to his daughter, he said, Little girl, how do you like him, this blessed lamp of the 3 worlds? No, father, said the girl. He is too burning hot. I could not like him. Please summon another one, more excellent than he is. Upon hearing this, the holy man said to the sun, Blessed one, is there any superior to you? And the sun replied, Yes, the cloud is superior even to me. When he covers me, I disappear. So the holy man summoned the cloud next, and said to the maiden, Little girl, I will give you to him. No, said she, this one is black and frigid. Give me to someone finer than he. Then the holy man asked, O cloud, is there anyone superior to you? And the cloud replied, The wind is superior even to me. So he summoned the wind and said, Little girl, I give you to him. Father, said she, This one is too fidgety. Please invite somebody superior even to him." So the holy man said, "O wind, is there anyone superior even to you?" "Yes," said the wind, "the mountain is superior to me." So he summoned the mountain and said to the maiden, "Little girl, I give you to him." "Oh, father," said she, "he is rough all over and stiff. Please give me to somebody else." So the holy man asked, "O kingly mountain, is there anyone superior even to you?" "Yes," said the mountain, "mice are superior to me." Then the holy man summoned a mouse and presented him to the girl, saying, "Little girl, do you like this mouse?" The moment she saw him, she felt, "My own kind, my own kind," and her body thrilled and quivered, and she said, "Father dear, turn me into a mouse and give me to him. Then I can keep house as my kind of people ought to do." And her father, through the magic power of his holiness, turned her into a mouse and gave her to him. And that is why I say, though mountains, sun and cloud and wind, and the rest of it. But they paid no heed to Red Eye's reasoning, and took the crow to their fortress, to the destruction of their race. And on the journey, Livestrong laughed in his heart and said, "The secrets of diplomacy to him alone were plain, who instant in his master's cause advised that I be slain." Now if they were to take his advice, not even the slightest misfortune would befall them. When they came to the fortress gate, Forecrusher said, "Come, my friends, give this Livestrong whatever chamber he prefers, for he wishes us well." And Livestrong, hearing this, reflected, "I must now devise a plan for their destruction. This is not possible if I live in their midst, for they would observe motions betraying my purpose, and would keep their eyes open. Only by remaining near the gate can I accomplish my desire." He therefore said to the Owl King, "O King, what the king has said is eminently right. Yet I, too, am a student of diplomacy and a well-wisher. I know that even one who is loyal and pure in purpose should not dwell in the heart of a fortress. I will therefore take my place here at the fortress gate and pay daily homage, my body sanctified by the dust from your lotus feet." To this the Owl King agreed, and his efficient caterers daily gave Livestrong, by special command of the king, the pick of the viands, so that in a very few days he grew strong as a peacock. But Red Eye, seeing how Livestrong was being pampered, was amazed, and he said to the councillors and to the king himself, "Dear me, these councillors are a pack of fools. And you too, sir, I cannot think otherwise. Then there is the saying, I played the fool at first, then he, who had me on his tether, and then the king and the councillor. We all were fools together." "How was that?" they asked, and Red Eye told the story of The Bird with Golden Dung. End of section 59. Section 60 of Panchatantra by Vishnu Sharma, translated by Arthur William Ryder. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Bird with Golden Dung. There was once a great tree on a mountainside. On it lived a bird, in whose dung gold appeared. One day, a hunter came to the spot, and directly in front of him the bird dropped its dung, which at the moment of falling turned to gold. At this the hunter was amazed. "Well, well," said he, "for 80 years, man and boy, I have had bird trapping on the brain, and I never once saw gold in a bird's dung." So he set a snare in the tree, and the bird, fool that he was, forgot the danger and perched on the customary spot. Of course he was caught immediately. Then the hunter freed him from the snare, put him in the cage, and took him home. But he reflected, "What am I to do with this bird of ill omen? If anybody should ever discover his peculiarity, it would be reported to the king. In that case, my life would be in genuine danger. I will take the bird and report to the king myself." And he did so. Now when the king saw the bird, His lotus eyes blossomed, and he felt supremely gratified. "Come now, guardsmen," said he. "Look after this bird with anxious care. Give him everything he wants to eat and drink." Then the councillor said, "He was hatched from an egg. Why keep him? You have no evidence save the mere incredible assurance of a hunter. Is gold ever present in bird dung? Take this bird from the cage and set him free." So the king, taking the councillor's advice, freed the bird, who perched on the lofty arch of a doorway long enough to drop dung, which was of gold. Then he recited the stanza. "I played the fool at first, then he who had me on his tether, and then the king and councillor, we all were fools together." After which he took his carefree flight through the atmosphere. And that is why I say, I played the fool at first, and the rest of it. But once more, for fate was hostile, they neglected Red Eye's counsel, sound as it was, and pampered Livestrong further with varied viands, including plenty of meat. Then Red Eye called together his personal adherents, and said to them privately, "The end is at hand. The welfare of our king and his fortress are things of the past. I have given him much counsel as an ancestral counsellor should give. Let us now, for our part, seek another fortress in the mountains. For the saying goes, joy comes from knowing what to dread, and sorrow smites the dunderhead. A long life through the woods I've walked, but never heard a cave that talked." "How was that?" they asked. And Red Eye told the story of The Cave That Talked. End of section 60. Section 61 of Panchatantra by Vishnu Sharma, translated by Arthur William Ryder. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Cave That Talked. There was once a lion in a part of a forest, and his name was Rough Claw. One day he found nothing whatever to eat in his wanderings, and his throat was pinched by hunger. At sunset he came to a great mountain cave and went in, for he thought, "Surely some animal will come into this cave during the night. I will hide and wait." Presently the owner of the cave, a jackal named Curdface, came to the door and began to sing, "Cave ahoy, cave ahoy." Then after a moment's silence, he continued in the same tone, "Hello, don't you remember how you and I made an agreement that I was to speak to you when I came back from the world outside, and that you were to sing out to me? But you won't speak to me today, so I am going off to that other cave, which will return my greeting." Now when he heard this, the lion thought, "I see. This cave always calls out a greeting when the fellow returns. But today, from fear of me, it doesn't say a word. This is natural enough, for the feet and hands refuse to act when peril terrifies. A trembling seizes every limb, and speech unuttered dies. I will myself call out a greeting, which he will follow to its source, so providing me with a dinner." The lion thereupon called out a greeting, but the cave so magnified the roar that its echo filled the circuit of the horizon, thus terrifying other forest creatures as well, even those far distant. Meanwhile the jackal made off, repeating the stanza, "Joy comes from knowing what to dread, and sorrow smites the dunderhead. A long life through the woods I've walked, but never heard a cave that talked. Take this to heart and come with me." And Red Eye, having made his decision, departed for another fortress, accompanied by a retinue of followers. At Red Eye's departure, Livestrong was overjoyed, and he reflected, "Very good indeed. Red Eye's flight is a blessing to us, for he was far-sighted, while the rest are numbskulls. I can easily destroy them now, for the proverb says, 'If no far-sighted counsellors, long-tried, secure, aid him, the downfall of a king is swift and sure.' And there is sound reasoning in this. The shrewd discover enemies disguised as friends, in senseless counsellors whose speech to evil ends. After these reflections, he dropped each day one faggot from the forest into his own nest, with the ultimate purpose of setting the cave afire. Nor did the owls, poor fools, perceive that he was building up his nest in order to burn them alive. Well, there is sense in the saying, "Cause your friends no bitter woes, do not fraternize with foes. Friends when lost are friends no more, enemies were lost before." Thus pretending to build a nest, Livestrong constructed a wood pile at the fortress gate. Then at sunrise, when the owls became blind, he hastened away and reported to Cloudy. "My lord and king, I have prepared the enemy's cave for burning. Come with your retainers, each bringing a lighted faggot from the forest, to throw on my nest at the gate of the cave. Thus all your foes will die in torments like those in pot-baking hell." At this Cloudy was delighted and said, "Father, tell me your adventures. It is long since we met." "No, my son," said Livestrong. "This is no time for talk. Some enemy spy might possibly report my journey hither, and our blind enemy, thus informed, might make his escape. Make haste, for the proverb says, 'When speed is needful, ne'er permit delay, but do it pat, else wrathful gods are sure to strike the undertaking flat.' And again, whatever deed you have in mind, especially when fate is kind, do quickly. If you wait a bit, then time will suck the juice of it. Later, when your enemies are slain and you have returned to your home, I will tell the whole story in carefree humor." So Cloudy and his followers, taking Livestrong's advice, seized one lighted faggot apiece in their bills, flew to the gate of the cave, and threw their faggots upon Livestrong's nest. Then all the owls, being blind in the daytime, remembered Red-Eye's counsels, as they suffered the torments of pot-baking hell. In this fashion, Cloudy exterminated his foes, and returned to his old fortress in the banyan tree. There he mounted the lion throne, and his heart overflowing with joy, he questioned Livestrong in full session of his court. "Father, how did you pass the time in the midst of the enemy? For the proverb says, 'Better plunge in blazing fire, the righteous know, than momentary contact with a wicked foe.'" And Livestrong said, "My lord and king, whatever path provides escape when danger's face is seen, with clear decision follow, if it noble seem or mean. Two arms like trunks of elephants, fight calloused skilled to wield. The bow of heaven Arjun felt, to woman's bracelets yield. The wise and strong, awaiting days more prosperous, must grant obedience to wicked lords, whose speech is adamant. Gigantic Bhima, smoke begrimed, puffing at labor, and a ladle flourished in his fist, was cook in Matsya land. The prudent, hopeful man should act as suits an evil case, should steel his heart to carry through a holy deed or base. Great Arjun with a calloused arm, from twanging bow divine, effeminately danced and saw his tinkling girdle shine. The wise, alert, ambitious man, if he expect success, must wait on fortune, watch his step, and curb his stateliness. Yudhishthir king with pilgrim's staff long drew his painful breath, though worshipped by his brothers, great as war and wealth and death. So Kunti's handsome, powerful twins, high birth writ on their brows, were menials at Virata's court, and lived by counting cows. So queenly Draupadi, with youth's and matchless beauty's seal, in charm most like a goddess, fell by turn of fortune's wheel. And haughty maidens called her slave, and sneered at her for sport, what time she powdered sandalwood in Matsya's royal court. "Father," said Cloudy, "this dwelling with an enemy seems to me like the sword-blade ordeal." So it is, said Livestrong, "but I never saw such a pack of fools anywhere. Not one was sensible, except Red-Eye. He indeed has great capacity, an intelligence not blunted by his extensive scientific attainments. He discovered my exact purpose, but as for the other counselors, they were great fools, making a living by a mere pretense of giving good counsel, with no flair for verity. They were not even aware of this. 'Tis ruinous to trust the scamps who come to you from hostile camps. Such rivals you should chase away, for contrast trouble does not pay. The foeman serving as a scout, who knows, by bobbing in and out, your favored chair, familiar bed, and how you drink and what you're fed, your travels to another town, will strike his heedless foeman down. The prudent therefore guards himself, the source of virtue, love, and self, with every effort, strain, and stress, for death will follow heedlessness. And there is plenty of sense in this. Who ill-advised does not commit grave faults of savoir-faire? What glutton has not much unrest within himself to bear? Whom does not fortune render proud? Whom does not death lay low? To whom do not possessions bring abundant harm and woe? The steady forfeit glory, while the restless forfeit friends. The bankrupt forfeits family, the banker better ends. The man of passion forfeits books, the fawner friendship's flower. The king with careless counsellors must forfeit kingly power. Yes, O king, I have experienced in person what you were kind enough to put into words, that association with the enemy is equal to the sword-blade ordeal. As the old verse puts it, bear even foes upon your back, when fortune clogs your path. Endure, the great black snake slew many frogs. How was that? Asked Cloudy, and Livestrong told the story of the frogs that rode Snakeback. End of section 61. Section 62 of Panchatantra by Vishnu Sharma, translated by Arthur William Ryder. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The frogs that rode Snakeback. There was once an elderly black snake in a certain spot, and his name was Slow Poison. He considered the situation from this point of view. How in the world can I get along without overtaxing my energies? Then he went to a pond containing many frogs, and behaved as if very dejected. As he waited thus, a frog came to the edge of the water and asked, "Uncle, why don't you bustle about today for food as usual?" "My dear friend," said Slow Poison, "I am afflicted. Why should I wish for food? For this evening, as I was bustling about for food, I saw a frog and made ready to catch him. But he saw me, and fearing death, he escaped among some Brahmins intent upon holy recitation, nor did I perceive which way he went. But in the water at the edge of the pond was the great toe of a Brahmin boy, and stupidly deceived by its resemblance to a frog, I bit it, and the boy died immediately. Then the sorrowing father cursed me in these terms: 'Monster, since you bit my harmless son, you shall for this sin become a vehicle for frogs, and shall subsist on whatever they choose to allow you. Consequently, I have come here to serve as your vehicle.' Now the frog reported this to all the others, and every last one of them in extreme delight went and reported to the Frog King, whose name was Waterfoot. He in turn, accompanied by his counselors, rose hurriedly from the pond, for he thought it an extraordinary occurrence, and climbed upon Slow Poison's hood. The others also, in order of age, climbed on his back. Yet others, finding no vacant spot, hopped along behind the snake. Now Slow Poison, with an eye to making his living, showed them fancy turns and great variety, and Waterfoot, enjoying contact with his body, said to him, "I'd rather ride Slow Poison than the finest horse I've seen, or elephant, or chariot, or man-born palanquin." The next day, Slow Poison was wily enough to move very slowly. So Waterfoot said, "My dear Slow Poison, why don't you carry us nicely, as you did before?" And Slow Poison said, "O King, I have no carrying power today because of lack of food." "My dear fellow," said the king, "eat the plebeian frogs." When Slow Poison heard this, he quivered with joy in every member, and made haste to say, "Why, that is a part of the curse laid on me by the Brahmin. For that reason, I am greatly pleased at your command." So he ate the frogs uninterruptedly, and in a very few days he grew strong. And with delight and inner laughter he said, "The trick was good. All sorts of frogs within my power have passed. The only question that remains is how long will they last?" Waterfoot, for his part, was befooled by Slow Poison's plausibilities, and did not notice a thing. At this moment, another black snake, a tremendous fellow, arrived on the scene, and being amazed by the sight of Slow Poison, used as a vehicle for frogs, he said, "Partner, they are our natural food, yet they use you as a vehicle. This is repellent." And Slow Poison said, "I know I should not carry frogs. I have it well in mind, but I am marking time as did the Brahmin Butter-blind." "How was that?" asked the snake, and Slow Poison told the story of the Butter-blinded Brahman. End of section 62. Section 63 of Panchatantra by Vishnu Sharma, translated by Arthur William Ryder. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Butter-blinded Brahman. There was once a Brahman named Theodore in a certain town. His wife, being unchaste and a pursuer of other men, was forever making cakes with sugar and butter for a lover, and so cheating her husband. Now one day her husband saw her and said, "My dear wife, what are you cooking, and where are you forever carrying cakes? Tell the truth." But her impudence was equal to the occasion, and she lied to her husband. "There is a shrine of the blessed goddess not far from here. There I have undertaken a fasting ceremony, and I take an offering including the most delicious dishes." Then she took the cakes before his very eyes and started for the shrine of the goddess, imagining that after her statement her husband would believe it was for the goddess that his wife was daily providing delicious dishes. Having reached the shrine, she went down to the river to perform the ceremonial bath. Meanwhile, her husband arrived by another road and hid behind the statue of the goddess. And his wife entered the shrine after her bath, performed the various rites, laving, anointing, giving incense, making an offering, and so on, bowed before the goddess and prayed, "O Blessed One, how may my husband be made blind?" Then the Brahmin behind the goddess's back spoke, disguising his natural tone. "If you never stop giving him such food as butter and butter cakes, then he will presently go blind." Now that loose female, deceived by the plausible revelation, gave the Brahmin just that kind of food every day. One day the Brahmin said, "My dear, I don't see very well." And she thought, "Thank the goddess." Then the favored lover thought, "The Brahmin has gone blind. What can he do to me?" Whereupon he came daily to the house without hesitation. But at last the Brahmin caught him as he entered, seized him by the hair, and clubbed and kicked him to such effect that he died. He also cut off his wicked wife's nose and dismissed her. And that is why I say, I know I should not carry frogs, and the rest of it. Then Slow Poison, with noiseless laughter, hummed over the verse, "The trick was good, all sorts of frogs," and the rest of it. And Waterfoot, hearing this, was conscience-stricken, and wondering what he meant, inquired, "My dear sir, what do you mean by reciting that repulsive verse?" "Nothing at all," said Slow Poison, desiring to mask his purpose. And Waterfoot, befooled by his plausible manner, failed to perceive his treachery. Why, spin it out. He ate them all so completely that not even frog's seed was left. And that is why I say, bear even foes upon your back, and the rest of it. Thus, O king, just as slow poison destroyed the frogs through the power of intelligence, so did I destroy all the enemy. There is much wisdom in this. The forest fire leaves roots entire, though trunks remain a shell. The flooding pool of water cool uproots the roots as well. Very true, said Cloudy. And besides, this is the greatness of the great, whom gems of wisdom decorate. Despite what hurts and hinders do, they see an undertaking through. Very true, said Livestrong. And once again, the final penny of a debt, the final foment dire, the final twinges of disease, the final spark of fire. Finality on these imposed leaves nothing to desire. O king, you are truly fortunate, for your undertaking has had final success. Indeed, valor is not sufficient to end a matter. Victory is wisdom's business, and the proverb says, "'Tis not the sword destroys a foe, 'tis wit that utterly lays low. Swords kill the body, wit destroys fame, family, and regal joys." The success comes with minimum effort to a man of wisdom and manliness. For wisdom broods o'er the inception, memory does not fail, means appear to predilection, counsels wise prevail, sparkles fruitful meditation, mind attains its height, joy achieves its consummation in a worthy fight. Thus kingship belongs to the man possessing prudence, capacity for self-sacrifice, and courage. As the verse puts it, associate in full delight with someone who is wise, self-sacrificing, brave, thereby win virtue as a prize. On virtue follows money, and on money follows fame, then personal authority, and then the kingly name. And Cloudy replied, "It is wonderful how immediate is the reward of knowing social ethics, by virtue of which you penetrated and exterminated Foe-crusher with his retinue." Whereupon Livestrong said, "Where at last you need sharp measures, first try gentle measures there. Thus the lofty, lordly tree trunk is not felled without a prayer. And yet, O king, why say of a future matter either that it involves no effort, or that it is not readily attainable? There is wisdom in the saying, since words with actions fail to suit the timidly irresolute, who see 1,000 checks and blocks turn into public laughing-stocks. Nor are thoughtful men heedless even in minor matters. For the negligent who say, some day, some other day, the thing is petty, small, demands no thought at all, are heedless, headed straight for that repentant state that ever comes too late. But as for my master, who has overcome his foes, he may sleep tonight as soundly as ever he did. You know the saying, in houses where no snakes are found, one sleeps, or where the snakes are bound, but perfect rest is hard to win, with serpents bobbing out and in. And again, a noble purpose to attain desiderates extended pain, asks man's full greatness, pluck, and care, and loved ones aiding with a prayer. Yet if it climb to heart's desire, what man of pride and fighting fire, of passion and of self-esteem, can bear the unaccomplished dream? His heart indignantly is bent, through its achievement, on content. Therefore my heart is at peace, for I saw the undertaking through. Therefore may you now long enjoy this kingdom without a thorn, intent on the safeguarding of your people, your royal umbrella, throne, and glory, unshaken through the long succession of son, grandson, and beyond. Remember, a king should bring his people ease, but he should also aim to please. His reign is else of little note, a neck-teat on a female goat. And once again, love of virtue, scorn of vice, wisdom make a kingdom's price. Then is glory proud as slave, then her plumes and pennants brave, near the white umbrella wave. Nor must you in the thought, my kingdom is won, shatter your soul with the intoxication of glory, and this because the power of kings is a thing uncertain. Kingly glory is hard to climb as a bamboo stem, hard to hold, being ready to tumble in a moment, with whatever effort it be held upright. Even though conciliated, yet sure to slip away at last, fidgety as the bandalog, unequilibrated as water on a lotus leaf, mutable as the wind's path, untrustworthy as rogue's friendship, hard to tame as a serpent, gleaming but a moment, like a strip of evening cloud, fragile by nature, like the bubbles on water, ungrateful as the substance of man's body, lost in the moment of attainment, like the treasure of a dream. And furthermore, whenever kings anointed are, let wit spy trouble from afar, anointing jars too often spill, with holy water pending ill. And no man in the wide world is beyond the clutch of pending ill. As the poet sings, remember Rama wandering far, remember Nala's sinking star, with Bali's bonds the Vrishni's tomb, and Lanka's monster monarch's doom, the Pandu's forest-born desire, and knightly Arjun, dancing master. Time brings us woe in countless shapes. What saviour is there? Who escapes? Ah, where is Dasharath, who rose to heaven, and dwelt its king beside? Ah, where the king Sagar, he to whom 'twas given to bind the ocean's tide? Where arm-born Prithu, where is Manu gone? Sun-child, yet suns still rise. Imperious time awakened them at dawn, at evening closed their eyes. And again, where is Mandhatar, conqueror supreme? Where Satyavrat, the king? God-ruling Nahush, Keshav ere the gleam of science following? They and their lordly elephants, I ween, their cars, their heavenly throne, by lofty time conferred, in time were seen, and lost through time alone. And yet again, the king his counsellors, his maidens gay, his golden groves, fate stings, they sink away. Thus, having won kingly glory, quivering like the ear of a rogue elephant, take delight in her, but trust in wisdom only. Here ends Book 3, called Crows and Owls, which treats of peace, war, and other 4 expedients. The first verse runs, reconciled although he be, never trust an enemy, for the cave of owls was burned, when the crows with fire returned. End of section 63. Section 64 of Panchatantra by Vishnu Sharma. Translated by Arthur William Ryder. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 4. Loss of Gains. Here then begins Book 4, called Loss of Gains. The first verse runs, blind folly always has to pay for giving property away. Because of blandishments and guile, the monkey tricked the crocodile. How was that? Asked the princess. And Vishnu Sharma told the story of the monkey and the crocodile. End of section 64. Section 65 of Panchatantra by Vishnu Sharma. Translated by Arthur William Ryder. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Monkey and the Crocodile. On the shore of the sea was a great rose apple tree that was never without fruit. In it lived a monkey called Redface. Now one day, a crocodile named Ugly Mug crawled out of the ocean under the tree and burrowed in the soft sand. Then Redface said, "You are my guest, sir. Pray eat these rose apples which I throw you. You will find them like nectar. You know the proverb, a fool or scholar let him be, pleasant or hideous to see. A guest, when offerings are given, is useful as a bridge to heaven. Ask not his home or education, his family or reputation, but offer thanks and sacrifice, for so prescribes the law book wise. And again, by honoring the guests who come, wayworn from some far distant home, to share the sacrifice, you go the noblest way that mortals know. And once again, if guests unhonored leave your door, and sadly sighing come no more, your fathers and the gods above turn from you and forget their love. Thus he spoke and offered rose apples, and the crocodile ate them and enjoyed a long and pleasant conversation with the monkey before returning to his home. So the monkey and the crocodile rested each day in the shade of the rose apple tree. They spent the time in cheerful conversation on various subjects and were happy. Now the crocodile went home and gave his wife the rose apples which he had not eaten. And one day she asked him, "My dear husband, where do you get such fruits? They are like nectar." "My dear," he said, "I have an awfully good friend, a monkey named Redface. He gives me these fruits in the most courteous manner." Then she said, "If anyone eats such nectar fruit every day, his heart must be turned to nectar. So if you value your wife, give me his heart, and I will eat it. Then I shall never grow old or sick, but will be a delightful companion for you." But he objected. "In the first place, my dear, he is our adopted brother. Secondly, he gives us fruit. I cannot kill him. Please do not insist. Besides, there is a proverb. To give us birth, we need a mother. For second birth, we need another. And friendship's brothers seem by far more dear than natural brothers are." But she said, "You have never refused me before, so I am sure it is a she-monkey. You love her and spend the whole day with her. That is why you will not give me what I want. And when you meet me at night, your sighs are hot as a flame of fire. And when you hold me and kiss me, you do not hug me tight. I know some other woman has stolen into your heart." Then the crocodile was quite dejected and said to his wife, "When I am at your feet and at your service, sweet, why do you look at me with peevish jealousy?" But her face swam in tears when she heard him, and she said, "You love her, you deceiver. Your wishes never leave her. Her pretty shamming steals upon your heart. My rivalry is vain, sir, and so I pray abstain, sir, from service that is only tricky art. Besides, if you do not love her, why not kill her when I ask you? And if it is really a he-monkey, why should you love him? Enough. Unless I eat his heart, I shall starve myself to death in your house." Now when he saw how determined she was, he was distracted with anxiety and said, "Ah, the proverb is right. Remember that a single grab suffices for a fish or crab, for fool or woman, and 'tis so, for salt, cement, or indigo. Oh, what shall I do? How can I kill him?" With these thoughts in mind, he visited the monkey. Now the monkey had missed his friend, and when he saw him afflicted, he said, "My friend, why have you not been here this long time? Why don't you speak cheerfully and repeat something witty?" The crocodile said, "My friend and brother, my wife scolded me today. She said, 'You ungrateful wretch, do not show me your face. You are living daily at a friend's expense and make him no return. You do not even show him the door of your house. You cannot possibly make amends for this. There is a saying, the Brahman murderer or thief, drunkard or liar, finds relief, while for ingratitude alone, no expiation will atone. I regard this monkey as my brother-in-law, so bring him home, and we will make him some return for his kindness. If you refuse, I will see you later in heaven. Now, I could not come to you until she had finished her scolding, and this long time passed while I was quarreling with her about you. So please come home with me. Your brother's wife has set up an awning. She has fixed her clothes and gems and rubies and all that to pay you a fitting welcome. She has hung holiday garlands on the doorposts, and she is waiting impatiently." "My friend and brother," said the monkey, "your lady is very kind. It is quite according to the proverb. 6 things are done by friends: to take and give again, to listen and to talk, to dine, to entertain. But we monkeys live in trees, and your home is in the water. How can I go there? Rather bring your lady here, brother, that I may bow down and receive her blessing." The crocodile said, "My friend, our home is on a lovely sandbank under the water, so climb on my back and travel comfortably with nothing to fear." When the monkey heard this, he was delighted and said, "If that is possible, my friend, then hasten. Why delay? Here I am on your back." But as he sat there and saw the crocodile swimming in the bottomless ocean, the monkey was terribly frightened and said, "Go slow, brother. My whole body is drenched by the great waves." And the crocodile thought when he heard this, "If he fell from my back, he could not move an inch. The water is so deep. He is in my power. So I will tell him my purpose. Then he can pray to his favorite god." And he said, "Sir, I have deceived you and brought you to your death, because my wife bade me do it. So pray to your favorite god." "Brother," said the monkey, "what harm have I done her or you? Why have you planned to kill me?" "Well," replied the crocodile, "those nectar fruits tasted so sweet that she began to long to eat your heart. That is why I have done this." Then the quick-witted monkey said, "If that is the case, sir, why didn't you tell me on shore? For then I might have brought with me another heart, very sweet indeed, which I keep in a hole in the rose-apple tree. As it is, I am forlorn in this heart, at being taken to her in vain, without my sweetheart." When he heard this, the crocodile was delighted and said, "If you feel so, my friend, give me that other heart, and my cross wife will eat it and give up starving herself. Now I will take you back to the rose-apple tree." So he turned back and swam toward the rose-apple tree, while the monkey murmured 100 prayers to every kind of god. And when at last he came to shore, he hopped and jumped further and further, climbed up the rose-apple tree, and thought, "Hurrah! My life is saved. Surely the saying is a good one. We dare not trust a rogue, nor must we trust in those deserving trust. For danger follows, and we fall, destroyed and ruined, roots and all. So today is my rebirth day." The crocodile said, "My friend and brother, give me the heart, so that my wife may eat it and give up starving herself." Then the monkey laughed and scolded him, saying, "You fool, you traitor! How can anyone have 2 hearts? Go home and never come back under the rose-apple tree. You know the proverb, 'Whoever trusts a faithless friend and twice in him believes, lays hold on death as certainly as when a mule conceives.'" Now the crocodile was embarrassed when he heard this, and he thought, "Oh, why was I such a fool as to tell him my plan? If I can possibly win his confidence again, I will do it." So he said, "My friend, she has no need of a heart. What I said was just a joke to test your sentiments. Please come to our house as a guest. Your brother's wife is most eager for you." The monkey said, "Rascal, go away this moment. I will not come. For the hungry man at nothing sticks. The poor man has his heartless tricks. Tell handsome miss that Theodore will see him in the well no more." "How was that?" asked the crocodile. And the monkey told the story of Handsome and Theodore. End of section 65. Section 66 of Panchatantra by Vishnu Sharma, translated by Arthur William Ryder. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Handsome and Theodore. There was once a frog king in a well, and his name was Theodore. One day, when tormented by his relatives, he climbed from bucket to bucket up the water wheel and finally emerged. Then he thought, how can I pay those relatives back? For the proverb says, while one brings comfort in distress, another jeers at pain. By paying both as they deserve, a man is born again. With this in mind, he saw a black snake named Handsome crawling out of his hole. And on seeing him, he thought once more, I will invite that black snake into the well and clean out all my relatives. For the saying goes, a sliver draws a sliver out. Just so the wise employ grim foes to slaughter foes, and thus turn danger into joy. Having come to this conclusion, he went to the mouth of the hole and called, come out, Handsome, come out. But when the snake heard this, he thought, whoever he may be that is calling me, he does not belong to my race. That is no snake's voice, and I have no alliance with anyone else in the living world. So I will just stay here until I am sure who he may be. For the proverb says, until you have full information of prowess, character, and station, to no man let your trust be given. Such is the current saw in heaven. Perhaps it is some conjurer or druggist who is calling me in order to put me in a cage, or a man who bears a grudge and summons me in the interest of his friend. So he said, who are you? The other said, I am a frog king named Theodore, and I have come to make friends with you. When the snake heard this, he said, why, it is incredible. Does grass make friends with fire? You know the proverb, you do not, even in a dream, approach the kind of foe who kills at sight. What can you mean? Why should you babble so? But Theodore said, you are quite right, sir. You are my born enemy. Yet I come to you because I have been insulted. You know well, when all your property is gone and life itself at stake, to save that life and property, you grovel to a snake. The snake said, well, who insulted you? And the frog answered, my relatives. But where is your home? Asked the snake. In a pond, or a well, or a cistern, or a tank? My home is in a well, said the frog. But, said the snake, I can't get in, and if I could, there is no place for me to lie while killing your relatives. Be gone. Besides, you know, eat only what will swallow, and gratify the hollow within. With good digestion, put not your health in question. But Theodore replied, no, sir, come with me. I will show you an easy way into the well, and inside there is a very attractive hole at water level. There you can lie, and you will find a child's play to finish my relatives. Then the snake reflected. Yes, I am old. Now and then with great effort, I catch one mouse, and often I don't. Yes, the proverb is right. When strength is ebbing, dying, and friends are gone and wife, the prudent should be trying a carpet's slippery life. After these reflections, he said, well, Theodore, if you really mean it, lead the way. We will go together. Friend Handsome, said Theodore, I will take you there by an easy way and show you the resting place. But you must spare my family. You must not eat any except those I point out. My dear fellow, said the snake, you and I are now friends. Have no fear. I will do nothing but what you wish. Then he came out of his hole, hugged the frog, and started off with him. So they came to the edge of the well, and the snake went in with the frog by way of the buckets on the water wheel. Then Theodore settled the black snake in the hole, and showed him the relatives. And he ate them all, one after another. And lacking relatives, he made up to a few of the friends and ate them too with much circumspection. Then the snake said, "My dear fellow, I have disposed of your enemies. Please give me something to eat, for you brought me here." "But my dear fellow," said Theodore, "you have done what a friend should do. Pray return by way of the buckets." "Friend Theodore," said Handsome, "you make a serious mistake. How can I go home? My hole was my fortress, and it is surely occupied by strangers. Here I stay, and you must give me a frog at a time, even from your own family. If not, I will eat everyone." At this, Theodore was disturbed in spirit, and reflected, "Oh, what was I about when I brought him here? And if I deny him now, he will eat every one. Yes, the proverb is right. Whoever fraternizes with too vigorous a foe is eating poison, and will soon perceive it to be so. So I will give him one day, even if it must be a friend, for they say, 'Calm with a prudent petty bribe a foe who may desire to seize your all. So calms the sea its fierce subaqueous fire.' And again, ''Tis wise when all is threatened to give a half and guard the other to win one's ends, for total loss is hard.' And yet again, 'No prudent soul would lose much good for little use. Prudence implies much gain, acquired with little pain.' So he made up his mind and assigned a frog a day. And the snake ate this one and another too behind the frog king's back. Ah, it is too true. As muddied garments dirty all that you sit upon, so when one virtue tumbles, the rest are quickly gone. Now one day, while eating frogs, he ate a frog named Theodosius, the son of Theodore. And Theodore, seeing him do it, wailed with piercing shrillness. But his wife said, "Why so shrill? You were still while you worked your cruel will. Hope has fled with your dead. Who will save your hapless head? So think out a plan of escape this very day, or else a scheme to kill him." Now in course of time the frogs were finished one and all. Only Theodore remained. And then Handsome said, "My dear Theodore, I am hungry, and all the frogs are finished. Please give me something to eat, for you brought me here." Theodore said, "My friend, feel no anxiety on that head while I am alive. If you permit me to leave, I will persuade the frogs in other wells and bring them all here." The snake said, "Well, I can't eat you, for you are like a brother. Now if you do as you say, you will be like a father." So the frog planned his escape and left the well, while Handsome waited there, impatient for his return. But after a long time, Handsome said to a lizard that lived in another hole in the same well, "My dear madam, do me a small favor. Since Theodore is an old friend of yours, please go and find him in some pool or other, and take him a message from me. Tell him to return quickly, alone if need be, if no other frogs will come. I cannot live here without him. And tell him that if I hurt him, he may have all the merit I have acquired in a lifetime." So the lizard did as she was bid, quickly hunted Theodore out and said, "My dear sir, your friend Handsome is waiting for your return. Please hurry back. And furthermore, in case of his doing you any harm, he pledges you the merit acquired in a lifetime. So drop all anxious thoughts and come home." But Theodore said, "The hungry man at nothing sticks. The poor man has his heartless tricks. Tell Handsome, miss, that Theodore will see him in the well no more." And so he sent her back. "So then, you rascally water beast, like Theodore, I will never, never enter your house." When he heard this, The crocodile said, "My good friend, you are quite wrong. I beg of you to come to my house, and so wipe out my sin of ingratitude. Otherwise, I shall starve myself to death on your doorstep." "You fool," said the monkey. "Shall I go there like Floppier, in full sight of the danger, and let myself be killed?" "But who was Floppier?" asked the crocodile. "And how did he perish in full sight of the danger? Please tell me." So the monkey told the story of Floppier and Dusty. End of section 66. Section 67 of Panchatantra by Vishnu Sharma, translated by Arthur William Ryder. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Floppier and Dusty. There was once a lion named Fierce Mane who lived in a part of a forest, and for a servant he had a jackal, a faithful drudge named Dusty. Now one day the lion fought with an elephant and took such cruel wounds on his body that he could not stir a foot. And since the master could not stir, Dusty grew feeble, for his throat was pinched by hunger. Then he said to the lion, "O king, I am tortured with hunger, until I cannot drag one foot after another. So how can I serve you?" "My good Dusty," said the lion, "hunt out some animal that I can kill, even in my present state." So the jackal went hunting, and dragging himself to a nearby village, he saw beside a tank a donkey named Floppier, who was choking over the thin and prickly grass. And he drew near and said, "Uncle, my respects to you. It is long since we met. How have you grown so feeble?" And Floppier answered, "What am I to do, nephew? The laundryman is merciless, and tortures me with dreadful burdens, and he never gives me a handful of fodder. I eat nothing but this prickly grass, flavored with dust, and I do not thrive." "Well, uncle," said the jackal, "I know a lovely spot by a river, all covered with emerald grass. Come there and live with me. I promise you the pleasure of witty conversation." "Very well said, nephew," answered Floppier, "but village beasts are likely to be killed by forest animals. So what good is your charming spot to me?" "No, no," said the jackal. "My paws form a cage to protect the spot, and no stranger has entrance there. Besides, there are 3 unmarried she-donkeys who were tormented just like you by laundrymen. They have now grown plump. They are young and frisky. They said to me, 'Uncle dear, go to some village and bring us a proper husband.' That is why I came to fetch you." Now when he heard the jackal's words, Floppier felt his limbs quiver with love, and he said, "In that case, my dear sir, lead the way. We will hurry there. For the poet hits the mark when he says, 'You are our only nectar. You, O woman, are our poison too. For union with you is the breath of life, and absence from you, death.'" So the poor creature went with the jackal into the lion's presence. But the lion was dreadfully foolish. When he saw the donkey actually within range of his spring, he was so overjoyed that he jumped over him and landed on the other side. And the donkey wondered, "What, oh, what can this be?" For to him it seemed like the fall of a thunderbolt. Yet somehow, for fate was kind to him, he escaped quite unhurt. But when he looked back, he saw the egregious creature, cruel, horrifying, with bloodshot eyes, and he beat a hasty, terrified retreat to his own city. Then the jackal said to the lion, "Well, what does this mean? I saw your heroic exhibition." And the lion was dumbfounded, and he said, "But I could not prepare for a spring, so what was I to do? Could an elephant even escape if he came within range of my spring?" The jackal said, "Have your spring prepared next time, for I am going to bring him to you again." "My dear fellow," said the lion, "he saw me face to face and escaped. How can he be enticed here again? Bring me some other animal." But the jackal said, "Why should you worry about that? I am wide awake on that point." So the Jackal followed the donkey's tracks and found him grazing in the old place. Now when he saw the Jackal, the donkey said, "Well, nephew, it was a charming spot you took me to. I was lucky to escape with my life. Tell me, what was that horrible creature?" "He was a thunderbolt, but he missed me." Then the Jackal laughed and said, "Uncle, that was a she-donkey. She was unspeakably lovesick, and seeing you, she rose up passionately to embrace you. But you were shy and ran away. And as you disappeared, she stretched out a hand to detain you. That is the whole story. So come back. She has resolved to starve to death for your sake. And she says, 'If Floppier does not marry me, I will plunge into fire or water, or will eat poison. Anyhow, I cannot bear to be separated from him. So have mercy and return. If not, you will be a woman murderer, and the god of love will be angry. For you know, woman is love's victorious seal, confers all good, if for their weal, supposed in heaven or for salvation, dull men hold her in detestation, love strikes them for their sins forlorn, and some turn naked monks, some shorn, some have red garments, others wear skull necklaces or frowsy hair." So the donkey, persuaded by this reasoning, started off with him once more. Indeed, the proverb is right. Men knowing better oft commit a shabby deed. So strong is fate. But where are they who relish it, when once it is irrevocate? Thereupon the donkey, deceived by 100 arguments of the rascal, came again into the presence, and was straightway killed by the lion, who had prepared his spring beforehand. And then the lion set the Jackal on guard, and went himself to the river to bathe, whereupon the greedy Jackal ate the donkey's ears and heart. Now when the lion returned after bathing, and repeating the proper prayers, he found the donkey minus ears and heart, and his soul was suffused with wrath, and he said to the Jackal, "You scoundrel, what is this unseemly deed? You have eaten ears and heart, and my share is your leavings." "O king," said the Jackal, respectfully, "do not speak so. This creature was born without ears and heart. Otherwise how could he have come here, have seen you with his own eyes, and run into terror, and then come back? Why, it goes into poetry. He came, he saw, he fled, from your appearance dread, returned, forgot his fears, the fool lacked heart and ears." So the lion was convinced by the Jackal's argument, divided with him, and ate his own share without suspicion. And that is why I say that I shall not be like the donkey Floppier. You see, you foolish fellow, you played a trick, but spoiled it by telling the truth, just like Fight Firm. The saying is correct. The heedless trickster who forgets his own advantage and who lets the truth slip out like Fight Firm, he is sure to lose his victory. "How was that?" asked the Crocodile. And the monkey told the story of the Potter Militant. End of section 67. Section 68 of Panchatantra by Vishnu Sharma, translated by Arthur William Ryder. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Potter Militant. There was once a potter in a certain place. One day, he carelessly ran with all his might into the jagged edge of a broken pot, and tumbled, and though the jagged edge tore his forehead, he struggled to his feet, blood streaming over his body. Now as the wound was unskilfully treated, the scar cicatrized horribly. After some time, the land was afflicted with famine, and he felt the pinch of hunger. So he joined certain lifeguards, went to another country, and became a lifeguard. Now the king noticed on his brow the horrible scar from the potsherd, and he thought, "Surely this man is a great hero. He took a wound in front, on his brow." So he bestowed honors and gifts and the like, regarding him more graciously than all others. Even the princes, observing the exceptional favor shown him, cherished an extreme jealousy. Yet They feared the king and said not a word. Now one day there was a review of picked troops. While the elephants were being accoutred, and the horses caparisoned, and the men inspected, the king took occasion to say to the potter, "O prince, what is your name, and what your family? In what battle was this wound printed on your brow?" "Your Majesty," he replied, "by birth I am a potter, and my name is Fight Firm. This is not a sword wound, but when I was unsteady with liquor, I was hurrying through a courtyard littered with broken pots, and tumbled over one. Later the scar from the potsherd became a horrible cicatrice." Then the king reflected. "Good heavens, I was taken in by this potter who seemed a prince. Let a cuffing be administered." When this had been done, the potter said, "Your Majesty, do not treat me thus, but witness my adroitness in battle." "No, my friend," said the king, "you may be a treasure house of all the virtues. Yet you must be gone. You may have heard the stanza. Handsome you are and valorous. You have a scholar's brain. But in your family, my boy, no elephants are slain." "How is that?" asked the potter. And the king told the story of the jackal who killed no elephants. End of section 68. Section 69 of Panchatantra by Vishnu Sharma, translated by Arthur William Ryder. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Jackal Who Killed No Elephants. In a part of a forest lived a lion and his wife. One day the lioness gave birth to twins, and the lion killed deer and things every day and gave them to the lioness. But one day, as he ranged the forest, he had met nothing when the blessed sun sank to his setting. As he trotted home, he found a baby jackal on the trail, and he pitied it because it was a baby. So he held it between his teeth and carefully carried it home, giving it to the lioness alive. Then the lioness said, "Have you brought any food, sweetheart?" And he answered, "My dear, I didn't find a thing today except this jackal cub. Even him I did not kill, for I thought, he is a creature much like us, and a baby at that. You know the proverb, never strike a hermit mild, woman, clergyman, or child. Give your life if needs you must. Do not falsify their trust. Now suppose you eat him and feel better. In the morning I will bring something else." "Sweetheart," said she, "you did not kill him because you thought he is a baby. So how can I destroy him for my belly's sake? You know the verse of Scripture, no man may plead the death god's might for doing wrong or shirking right. So he shall be my third son." After this reply, she gave him her own milk and made him very fat. So the 3 cubs spent their babyhood in the same business and amusements, not recognizing any difference in parentage. Now one day, a wild elephant came wandering into that forest. The 2 lion cubs, when they saw him, wrathfully started for him, eager to kill. But the jackal cub said, "Brothers, that is an elephant, an enemy of your race. Don't go near him." With this he ran home, and the other 2, seeing their elder brother rooted, felt their pluck ooze away. The well-known proverb is right. One bold and plucky fighter will give an army pluck. One broken, rooted blighter diffuses evil luck. And indeed, this is the very reason why kings look for sturdy fighters, heroic, dauntless Stonewall men, and shun the cowardly blighters. Later the twin brothers went home and humorously told their parents how their elder brother had behaved. "Why, you know," said they, "the minute he saw him, he couldn't get far enough, quick enough." When the jackal heard this, wrath entered his spirit. His blossom lip quivered, his eyes grew red, and a frown made 2 deep wrinkles on his brow, and he spoke harshly, scolding the twins. Then the lioness took him aside and admonished him. "You must never, never speak so, my dear. They are your brothers. But her patient pleading filled him with greater anger, and he burst upon her too. "Do you think me inferior in courage, or beauty, or science, or application, or skill? What right have they to ridicule me? I am certainly going to kill them." When she heard this outburst, the lioness laughed quietly, for she did not wish him to die, and said, "Handsome you are and valorous. You have a scholar's brain. But in your family, my boy, no elephants are slain. Now listen carefully, my dear. Your mother was a jackal, and I fattened you with my own milk, because I pitied you. Now while my twins are babies and do not know you for a jackal, hurry away and join your own people. If not, they will fight you, and you will tread the path of death." When the jackal heard this, he was terror-stricken, and softly stole away to join his own people. Just so you too had best decamp before these veterans learn that you are a potter. If not, you will be hooted and killed. And the potter, hearing this, absconded. And that is why I say, the heedless trickster who forgets, and the rest of it. "Oh, fool, fool, to undertake such a thing for your wife! Never trust a woman. You must have heard the pat little anecdote. I left my family for her. I gave her half my life. She leaves me now without a thought. What man can trust his wife?" "How was that?" asked the crocodile. And the monkey told the story of the Ungrateful Wife. End of section 69. Section 70 of Panchatantra by Vishnu Sharma, translated by Arthur William Ryder. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Ungrateful Wife. There was once a Brahmin in a certain city who loved his wife more than his life, but she squabbled with his family every day and never rested. Since he could not endure the squabbling, yet was devoted to his wife, he left his family and started for another country far away. In the middle of a great forest, the Brahmin's wife said, "My dear, I am tortured by thirst. Please look about for water." And he did as she requested. But when he returned with water, he found her dead. Since he loved her dearly, he fell into despair. But as he lamented, he heard a voice from heaven saying, "Brahman, if you will give half your life, your wife may live." So he performed a ceremony of purification, then gave half of his own life by repeating the 3 magic words, "I give life." The moment he spoke, the wife stood up, alive. So together they drank the water, ate forest fruits, and started on. Finally, they entered a flower garden near a city, where the Brahmin said to his wife, "Beloved, please stay here until I return with food." And he left her. Now in the garden was a cripple, turning a water wheel and singing with a heavenly voice. When she heard the song, she was smitten with love, went to him and said, "Dear friend, if you do not give me your love, you will be the murderer of a Brahmin woman." "But what can you do with an invalid like me?" said the cripple. "Be still," said she. "You must make me your bride." And hearing her words, he did so. Thereupon she said, "From this moment, I give you my person for life. You must accompany us with this understanding." "Very well," said he. Then when the Brahmin returned with food and began to eat with her, she said, "This cripple is hungry. Please give him a bite too." When this was done, the lady said, "Brahmin, when you go alone to another village, I have no one to talk to. Suppose we take this cripple with us." But he replied, "I cannot even carry myself, to say nothing of this cripple." "I will carry him," said she, "if he will get into a basket." And the Brahmin agreed, his judgment being bewildered by her artful argument. One day thereafter, as they rested near a well, the wife, aided by the cripple, gave the Brahmin a push and plunged him in, and she took the cripple and went to a city. There the policemen, making their rounds to attend to taxes, robberies, and protection, saw the basket on her head snatched it from her, and took it to the king. And as soon as the king had it opened, he saw the cripple. Presently the Brahman's wife arrived, weeping and wailing, for she had followed on the heels of the policeman. And when the king asked her, "What does this mean?" she said, "This is my invalid husband, who was tormented by countless relatives, until, distracted by love, I put him on my head and brought him before you." And the king said, "You are my sister. Receive 2 villages, enjoy your delights with your husband, and make yourself comfortable." At this point, the Brahman arrived in the same city, for a certain holy man, as it happened, had drawn him from the well, and he had wandered on. When the wicked wife saw him, she denounced him to the king. "O king," she said, "there comes my husband's enemy." And the king sentenced him to death. But the Brahmin said, "Your Majesty, this woman has something which she received from me. If you love justice, make her give it back." "My good woman," said the king, "restore whatever you may have that belongs to him." And she replied, "Your Majesty, I have nothing." Then the Brahmin said, "With 3 magic words, I gave you half my life. Give me that." And from fear of the king she murmured, just as he had done, the 3 words, "I give life," and fell dead. Then the king was amazed and said, "What does this mean?" And the Brahmin related to him all that had gone before. And that is why I say, I left my family for her and the rest of it. Then the monkey continued, "There is another little anecdote that is very pat. What will not man for woman do, when heads are shorn at odd times too? What will not man for woman say, when those who are not horses neigh?" "How was that?" asked the crocodile, and the monkey told the story of King Joy and Secretary Splendor. End of section 70. Section 71 of Panchatantra by Vishnu Sharma, translated by Arthur William Ryder. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. King Joy and Secretary Splendor. There was once a king named Joy, lord of the sea-girdled earth, whose power and manliness were famed afar, whose footstool was reticulated with interlacing beams of light from the diadems of uncounted hosts of kneeling princes, whose glory was unspotted as the autumn moonbeams. He had a secretary named Splendor, who had absorbed the total truth of all the scientific textbooks, but whose wife pouted in a lover's quarrel. "Beloved," said her husband, "tell me the means of appeasing you. I will adopt it without fail." And it cost her a struggle to say, "If you will shave your head and fall at my feet, then I will think of relenting." Now when he did so, she did so. Now Joy's wife became angry in just the same way, and would not be appeased, though he begged her pardon. Then he said, "Beloved, I cannot live a moment without you. I will fall at your feet and beg your pardon." She said, "If you hold a bit in your mouth and let me climb on your back and drive you, and if, when driven, you neigh like a horse, then I will relent." And this was done. Next morning, Splendor came before the king as he sat in council. And the king asked, when he saw him, "Good Splendor, why is your head shaved at this odd time?" And Splendor answered, "What will not man for woman do, when heads are shorn at odd times too? What will not man for woman say, when those who are not horses neigh?" "You simpleton, you too are henpecked just like Joy and Splendor. You tried to find a means of killing me because your wife asked it. But you were betrayed by your own speech. Yes, the proverb is right. The parrots and the grackle birds are caged because they utter words. The stupid herons go scot-free, for silence is a master key." And again, "However skillful in disguise, however frightful to the eyes. Although in tiger skin arrayed, the ass was killed because he brayed. How is that? Asked the crocodile. And the monkey told the story of the ass in the tiger skin. End of section 71. Section 72 of Panchatantra by Vishnu Sharma, translated by Arthur William Ryder. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Ass in the Tiger Skin. There was once a laundryman named Clean Cloth in a certain town. He had a single donkey who had grown very feeble from lack of fodder. As the laundryman wandered in the forest, he saw a dead tiger and he thought, "Ah, this is lucky. I will put this tiger skin on the donkey and let him loose in the barley fields at night, for the farmers will think him a tiger and will not drive him out." When this was done, the donkey ate barley to his heart's content, and at dawn the laundryman took him back to the barn. So as time passed, he grew plump. He could hardly squeeze into the stall. But one day, the donkey heard the bray of a she-donkey in the distance. At the mere sound, he himself began to bray. Then the farmers perceived that he was a donkey in disguise and killed him with blows and clubs and stones and arrows. And that is why I say, however skillful in disguise and the rest of it. Now while the monkey was telling these stories to the crocodile, another water beast came up and said, "Friend Crocodile, your wife has starved herself to death." When the crocodile heard this, he was bewildered in spirit and lamented, "Oh, what has come upon me, upon hapless me?" For the proverb says, "Where a mother does not dwell, and a wife who flatters well, better leave the house and roam, forests not so wild as home." "O my friend, forgive my sins toward you, for I have lost her, and I plan to burn myself alive." When the monkey heard this, he laughed and said, "Come now, I knew from the beginning that you were henpecked and in leading strings. And this proves it, you dunderhead. You despair when you ought to be happy. When a wife like that dies, you ought to give a party, for the proverb says, 'A wife forever nagging and falling in a rage is not a wife,' say sages, 'but premature old age. Therefore with patient effort avoid the very name of every earthly woman, if comfort be your aim. For what she feels, she does not say. She speaks and looks a different way. Far from her looks, her actions veer. Oh, woman, woman, you are queer." But enough. One fact suffices. Sight no more. They kill the children that they bore. And yet, though girls are tasteless, hard and selfish, boys think them sweet and soft and elfish. "True enough," said the crocodile. "But what am I to do? 2 calamities have befallen me. First, my home is ruined, and second, I have quarrelled with my friend. Yet so it goes with the unfortunate. You know the stanza. The cleverness that you have shown, you naked thing, is twice my own. Your husband and your lover fair are lost, but why this vacant stare?" "How was that?" asked the monkey. And the crocodile told the story of the farmer's wife. End of section 72. Section 73 of Panchatantra by Vishnu Sharma, translated by Arthur William Ryder. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Farmer's Wife. There was once a farmer who lived with his wife in a certain place, and because the husband was old, the wife was forever thinking of lovers and could not possibly be contented at home. Her one idea was strange men. Now, a rogue who lived by pilfering noticed her and said, "You lovely creature, my wife is dead, and I am smitten with love at the sight of you. Pray enrich me with love's perfect treasure." And she said, "You beautiful man, if you feel that way, my husband has a great deal of money, and he is so old that he cannot stir. I will bring it, so that I may go somewhere with you and enjoy the delights of love." "That is satisfactory to me," he replied. "Suppose you hasten to the spot at dawn, so that we may go together to some fascinating city, where life may bear for me its perfect fruit." "Very well," she agreed, and went home with laughing countenance. Then at night, with her husband slept, she took all the money and reached the rendezvous at dawn. The rogue, for his part, put her in front, started south and travelled 2 leagues, gaily enjoying the delights of conversation with her. But when he saw a river ahead, he reflected, "What am I to do with this middle-aged female? Besides, someone might perhaps pursue her. I will just take her money and be off." So he said to her, "My dear, this is a great river, hard to cross. I will just take the money and put it safe on the far bank, then return to carry you alone on my back, and so transport you in comfort." "Do so, my beloved," said she. So he took the money to the last penny, and then he said, "Dearest, hand me your dress and your wrap too, so that you may travel through the water unembarrassed." And when she did so, the rogue took the money and the 2 garments and went to the place he had in mind. Then the farmer's wife sat down woebegone on the river bank, digging her 2 hands into her throat. At that moment a she-jackal came to the spot, carrying a piece of meat. As she came up and peered about, a great fish leaped from the water and was stranded on the bank. On spying him, she dropped the meat and darted at the fish, whereupon a vulture swooped from the sky and flew off with the meat. And the fish, perceiving the jackal, struggled into the river. So the she-jackal had her pains for nothing, and as she gazed after the vulture, the naked woman smiled and said, "You poor she-jackal, the vulture has your meat, the water holds your fish. O fish and flesh forlorn, what further do you wish?" And the she-jackal, perceiving that the woman was equally forlorn, having lost her husband's money and her lover, said with a sneer, "You naked thing, your cleverness is twice as great as mine, 'twould seem. Lover and husband lost, you sit beside the stream." While the crocodile was telling this story, a second water beast arrived and reported, "Alas, your home has been occupied by another crocodile, a big fellow." And the crocodile became despondent on hearing this, anxiously considering how to drive him from the house. "Alas, my friends," said he, "see how unlucky I am, for you must know, a stranger occupies my house. My friend is sadly vexed. On top of that, my wife is dead. Oh, what will happen next? How true it is that misfortunes never come singly. Well, shall I fight him, or shall I address him with soft conciliation and get him out of the house? Or shall I try intrigue or bribery? Ah, here is my monkey friend. I will ask him. For the proverb says, 'Ask aid of kindly teachers, man. The kind you ought to ask. Their counsel leads to sure success, whatever be your task.'" After these reflections, he put the question to the monkey, who had climbed back into the rose-apple tree. "Oh, my friend," said he, "see how unlucky I am. For now my very house is seized and held by a powerful crocodile. Therefore, I put it to you. Tell me, what am I to do? Is this the place for soft conciliation, or one of the other 3 devices?" But the monkey said, "You ungrateful wretch, why do you still pursue me, though I asked you not to? You are a fool, therefore I will not even give you good advice. For the proverb says, 'Give counsel only when it fits, to such as seek the best.' The foolish monkey broke to bits the sparrow's cozy nest." "How was that?" asked the crocodile. And the monkey told the story of the Pert Hen-sparrow. End of section 73. Section 74 of Panchatantra by Vishnu Sharma. Translated by Arthur William Ryder. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Pert Hen-sparrow. In a certain wood lived a sparrow and his wife, who had built their nest on the branch of a tree. One day in the month of February, a monkey took shelter under the tree, for he had been caught in an unseasonable hailstorm, and his body shivered to the slightest breeze. Since his teeth were making music, and his face was woebegone, and his hands and feet were tightly clenched, the hen-sparrow said to him compassionately, "With hands and feet of human plan, almost you seem to be a man. So if you find the weather cool, why not construct a house, you fool?" When the monkey heard this, he reflected, "Well, well, some people fancy themselves. Here is this paltry hen-sparrow, who has a good opinion of her own judgment. The well-known saying is correct. Of self-conceit all creatures show an adequate supply. The plover lies with claws upstretched to prop the falling sky." Thereupon he said to her, "You slut, you wench, you smarty, you needle-face, be still, or I will spoil the party. I will, I will, I will." But she continued to ply him with excellent advice concerning the construction of a house, even after he had thus requested her not to do so. So he climbed the tree and destroyed her nest, breaking it to bits. And that is why I say, give counsel only when it fits, and the rest of it. Then the crocodile said, "Oh, my friend, I did wrong, but please remember our old friendship, and give me good advice." "I will not tell you a thing," said the monkey, "because you took your wife's advice, and carried me out to sea in order to drop me in. However much you love your wife, why throw your friends, relatives, and such into the ocean, just because she asks it?" And the crocodile answered, "My dear fellow, it is all true. Yet consider the maxim, 7 words make friendship, and give me a bit of good advice. For there is a saying, disaster cannot threaten the man of sterling worth, who offers helpful counsel, in heaven or on earth. So though I did you a wrong, I beg you to show forgiveness by giving good advice. You know the proverb. And is there any saintlihood in recompensing good with good? But worthy men go seeking still, the saints returning good for ill." Then the monkey said, "Well, well, my good fellow, I advise you to go and fight him. For there is a saying, sway patrons with obeisance. In heroes raise a doubt. Fling petty bribes to flunkies. With equals fight it out." "How is that?" asked the crocodile. And monkey told how Supersmart ate the elephant. End of section 74. Section 75 of Panchatantra by Vishnu Sharma, translated by Arthur William Ryder. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. How Supersmart ate the elephant. There was once a jackal named Supersmart in a part of a forest. One day, he came upon an elephant that had died a natural death in the wood, but he could only stalk about the body. He could not cut through the tough hide. At this moment, a lion in his wanderings to and fro came to the spot, and the jackal, spying him, obsequiously rubbed his scalp in the dust, clasped his lotus paws, and said, "My lord and king, I am merely a cudgel-bearer, guarding this elephant in the king's interest. May the king deign to eat it." Then the lion said, "My good fellow, under no circumstances do I eat what another has killed. I graciously bestow this elephant upon you." And the jackal joyfully replied, "It is only what our lord and king has taught his servants to expect." When the lion was gone, a tiger arrived, and the jackal thought when he saw him, "Well, I sent one rascal packing by doing obeisance. Now, how shall I dispose of this one? To be sure, he is a hero, and therefore can be managed only by intrigue. For there is a saying, where bribes and flattery would fail, intrigue is certain to avail. And indeed, all creatures are held in bondage by heart-piercing intrigue. As the saying goes, even a pearl so smoothly hard and round is fastened by a thread and safely bound, after a way to pierce its heart is found. So he took his decision, went to meet the tiger, and slightly stiffening his back, he said in an agitated tone, "Uncle, how could you venture into the jaws of death? This elephant was killed by a lion, who put me on guard while he went to bathe. And as he went, he gave me my orders. If any tiger comes this way, he said, creep up and tell me. I have to clear this forest of tigers, because once, when I had killed an elephant, a tiger helped himself while my back was turned, and I had the leavings. From that day, I have been death on tigers." On hearing this, the tiger was terrified and said, "My dear nephew, make me a gift of my life. Even if he is slow on returning, don't give him any news of me." With these words, he decamped. When the tiger had gone, a leopard appeared, and the jackal thought when he saw him, "Here comes Spot. He has powerful teeth, so I will use him to cut into the elephant's hide." With this in mind, he said, "Well, nephew, where have you been this long time, and why do you seem so hungry? You come as my guest. According to the proverb, a guest in need is a guest indeed. Now here lies this elephant, killed by a lion, who appointed me its guardian. But for all that, you may enjoy a square meal of elephant meat, provided you cut and run before he gets back." "No, uncle," said the leopard. "If things stand so, this meat is not healthy for me. You know the saying, a man to thrive must keep alive. Never eat a thing that doesn't sit well on the stomach. So I will be off." "Don't be timid," said the jackal. "Pluck up courage and eat. I will warn you of his coming while he is yet a long way off." So the leopard did as suggested, and the jackal, as soon as he saw the hide cut through, called out, "Quick, nephew, quick! Here comes the lion." Hearing this, the leopard vanished also. Now while the jackal was eating meat through the opening cut by the leopard, a second jackal came on the scene in a great rage, and Supersmart, esteeming him an equal whose prowess was a known quantity, recited the stanza, "Sway patrons with obeisance, in heroes raise a doubt, fling petty bribes to flunkies, with equals fight it out." Made a dash at him, tore him with his fangs, made him seek the horizon, and himself comfortably enjoyed elephant meat for a long time. Just so you too should fight it out with a natural enemy, one of your own race, and send him to the horizon. If you don't, he will presently strike his roots deep and will destroy you. You know the saying, from cows expect subsistence, from Brahmins self-denial, from women fickle conduct, from relatives a trial. And the further saying, the food is very good to eat and does not lack variety. While easy-going women meet, you in the town society, but kinsmen in that foreign street are wanting in sobriety. How is that? Asked the crocodile. And the monkey told the story of the dog who went abroad. End of section 75. Section 76 of Panchatantra by Vishnu Sharma, translated by Arthur William Ryder. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Dog Who Went Abroad. There was once a dog named Spot in a certain town, which was afflicted by a long famine, and as food gave out, dogs and others began to lose their homes. In fear of this, Spot felt his throat pinched by hunger, and he went to another country far away. In a city of that country he found a citizen's wife, who was slipshod in her housekeeping. So he entered her house every day, and ate his fill from a diversified bill of fare. But as he left the house, other dogs, drunk with aristocratic spleen, closed in from all sides, and tore him in every limb with their fangs. Then he thought, better one's native land, where one lives at peace even in times of famine, and no one picks a quarrel. It is better to return to my own city. Having thus reasoned it through, he returned to his own place. Then his relatives asked him questions, as one returning from foreign parts. Come now, tell us about it. What is the country like? How do the people behave? What do they eat? And what are their habits? And he replied, Why speak of the country? The food is very good to eat and does not lack variety, while easy-going women meet you in the town society. But kinsmen in that foreign street are wanting in sobriety. So the crocodile, having received his friend's advice, resolved to die if need be, said farewell to the monkey and went to his own house. There he joined battle with the desperate ruffian who had forced a way in, put his reliance in resolute valor and killed him. So he recovered his home and lived there happily for a long time. Yes, the proverb is right. Shun pleasant days that listless pass, the joy that hides in sloth, for deer can eat the grass that fate provides. Here ends Book 4, called Loss of Gains. The first verse runs, Blind folly always has to pay for giving property away. Because of blandishments and guile, the monkey tricked the crocodile. End of section 76. Section 77 of Panchatantra by Vishnu Sharma, translated by Arthur William Ryder. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 5, Ill-Considered Action. Here then begins Book 5, called Ill-Considered Action. The first verse runs, Deeds ill-known, ill-recognized, ill-accomplished, ill-devised. Thought of these let no man harbor. Take a warning from the barber. How was that? Asked the princess, and Vishnu Sharma told the following story. In the southern country is a city called Trumpet Flower. In it lived a merchant named Jewel, who lost his fortune by the decree of fate, though his life was given to the pursuit of virtue, money, love, and salvation. The loss of property led to a series of humiliations, so that he sank into utter despondency. And one night he reflected, a curse upon this state of poverty, for the proverb says, Conduct, patience, purity, manners, loving-kindness, birth. After money disappears, cease to have the slightest worth. Wisdom, sense, and social charm, honest pride and self-esteem. After money disappears, all at once become a dream. To the wisdom of the wise, constant household worries bring daily diminution, like winter breathed upon by spring. After money disappears, keenest wisdom is at fault, choked by daily fuel and clothes, oil and butter, rice and salt. Poor and paltry neighbors scarce, wake in sentiments of scorn, like the bubbles on a stream, ever dying, ever born. Yet the rich have license for all things vulgar and debased. When the ocean bellows, none reprobate his faulty taste. Having thus set his mind in order, he concluded, Under these circumstances, I will abandon life by self-starvation. What can be made of this calamity? Life without money. With this resolve taken, he went to sleep. Now as he slept, $1 trillion appeared in the form of a Jain monk and said, Good merchant, do not lose interest. I am $1 trillion earned by your ancestors. Tomorrow morning I will come to your house in this same form. Then you must club me on the head, so that I may turn to gold and prove inexhaustible. On awaking in the morning, he spent some time pondering on his dream. Let me think, will this dream prove true or false? I cannot tell. No doubt it will prove false, for I think of nothing but money all day and all night. And the proverb says, Dreams that do not mean a thing come to sick and sorrowing, lovelorn, drunk, and worrying. At this moment, a barber arrived to manicure his wife's nails. And while the barber was busy with his manicuring, the giant monk suddenly appeared. When Jewel perceived the monk, he was delighted and struck him on the head with a stick of wood that lay handy, whereupon the monk turned to gold and immediately fell to the ground. The merchant then set him up in the middle of the house and said to the barber, after handing him a tip, "My good fellow, you must not tell anybody what has happened in our house." To this the barber assented, but when he reached home he thought, "Surely all these naked fellows turn to gold when clubbed on the head. So tomorrow morning I too will invite a lot of them and club them to death in order to get a lot of gold." And the day and night dragged away as he meditated his plan. In the morning, he rose and went to a Jain monastery, arranged his upper garment, circumambulated the conqueror thrice, sought the ground with his knees, laid his garment's hem over the gateway of his mouth, made a profound obeisance, and with an ear-piercing voice intoned the following hymn: "The saints victorious endure, who live by saving knowledge pure, who sterilize the minds within, by mind against the seed of sin." And further, "The tongue that praiseth him is blessed, the heart in him that seeketh rest. The hands are blessed, and only they that e'er to him due homage pay." After chanting other hymns also to the same effect, but in great variety, he sought out the abbot and dropped on his knees and hands, saying, "Greetings, your reverence." From the abbot he received a benediction for the increase of his virtue, likewise instructions for a vow that involved the practice of celibacy. Then he said devoutly, "Holy sir, when you take your pious walk today, pray come to my house with your whole company of monks." "My dear neophyte," replied the abbot, "you know the holy law. How can you speak so? Do you take us for Brahmins that you invite us to eat? Nay, we wander each day just as it happens, and when we meet a pious neophyte, enter his house. Be gone, never speak so again." "Holy sir," said the barber, "I know it well. I will do as you say. However, you have many neophytes engaged in pious labors, while I, for my part, have made ready strips of canvas adapted to the wrapping of manuscripts, and for the copying of manuscripts and the payments of scribes sufficient money is provided. In view of this, pray do what seems proper." And so he started home. When he arrived there, he got ready cudgels of acacia wood, placed them in a corner behind the door, then toward noon he returned to the monastery gate and waited there. Then as they all came forth, in order of dignity, he besought them as teachers and led them to his house. For their part, in their greed for book covers and money, they passed by their familiar neophytes, even the pious ones, and joyfully flocked behind him. Well, there is sense in the verse. "Behold a wonder, even he who lives alone from kindred free, with hand for spoon and air for dress, is overcome by greediness." Then the barber conducted them well into the house and clubbed them. Under the clubbing some died, others had their heads broken, and began to bawl. But when the soldiers in the citadel heard the howling, they said, "Well, well, what is this tremendous hubbub in the middle of town? Come along." So they all scampered and saw the monks rushing from the barber's house, blood streaming over their bodies. And being asked what it meant, they told exactly how the barber had behaved. So the soldiers fettered the barber and carried him off to court, together with such monks as had survived the slaughter. There the judges questioned him. "Come, sir, what means this shameful deed by you committed?" And he replied, "Gentlemen, what else could I do?" And with this he related the behavior of Jewel. The judges therefore dispatched a summonser, who returned with Jewel, and they questioned him. "Merchant, why did you kill a certain Jain monk?" And he in turn gave a full account of the original monk, whereupon they said, "Well, well, let this villainous barber be impaled, for his act was ill-advised." When this had been done, they observed, "Deeds ill known deeds ill-recognized, ill-accomplished, ill-advised. Thought of these let no man harbor. Take a warning from the barber. And there is sound sense in this. Let the well-advised be done. Ill-advised, leave unbegun. Else remorse will be let loose, as with lady and mongoose. How was that? Asked Jewel, and they told the story of the Loyal Mungoose. End of section 77. Section 78 of Panchatantra by Vishnu Sharma, translated by Arthur William Ryder. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Loyal Mungoose. There was once a Brahmin named Godly in a certain town. His wife mothered a single son and a mongoose, and as she loved little ones, she cared for the mongoose also like a son, giving him milk from her breast and salves and baths and so on. But she did not trust him, for she thought, a mongoose is a nasty kind of creature. He might hurt my boy. Yes, there is sense in the proverb. A son will never bring delight, though bent on folly, passion, spite, though shabby, naughty, and a fright. One day she tucked her son in bed, took a water jar, and said to her husband, "Now, Professor, I am going for water. You must protect the boy from the mongoose." But when she was gone, the Brahmin went off somewhere himself to beg food, leaving the house empty. While he was gone, a black snake issued from his hole, and as fate would have it, crawled toward the baby's cradle. But the mongoose, feeling him to be a natural enemy, and fearing for the life of his baby brother, fell upon the vicious serpent halfway, joined battle with him, tore him to bits, and tossed the pieces far and wide. Then, delighted with his own heroism, he ran, blood trickling from his mouth, to meet the mother, for he wished to show what he had done. But when the mother saw him coming, saw his bloody mouth and his excitement, she feared that the villain must have eaten her baby boy, and without thinking twice, she angrily dropped the water jar upon him, which killed him the moment that it struck. There she left him without a second thought, and hurried home, where she found the baby safe and sound, and near the cradle a great black snake torn to bits. Then, overwhelmed with sorrow because she had thoughtlessly killed her benefactor, her son, she beat her head and breast. At this moment the Brahmin came home with a dish of rice gruel, which he had got from someone in his begging tour, and saw his wife bitterly lamenting her son, the mongoose. "Greedy, greedy," she cried, "because you did not do as I told you, you must now taste the bitterness of a son's death, the fruit of the tree of your own wickedness. Yes, this is what happens to those blinded by greed. For the proverb says, 'Indulge in no excess of greed. A little helps in time of need. A greedy fellow in the world found on his head a wheel that whirled.'" "How was that?" asked the Brahmin, and his wife told the story of the 4 treasure seekers. End of section 78. Section 79 of Panchatantra by Vishnu Sharma, translated by Arthur William Ryder. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The 4 treasure seekers. In a certain town in the world were 4 Brahmins who lived as the best of friends, and being stricken with utter poverty, they took counsel together. A curse on this business of being poor, for the well-served master hates him still, his loving kinsman with a will. Abandon him, woes multiply, while friends and even children fly. His high-born wife grows cool, the flash of virtue dims, brave efforts crash, for him who has no ready cash. And again, charm, courage, eloquence, good looks, and thorough mastery of books, if money does not back the same, are useless in the social game. Better be dead than penniless. As the story goes, a beggar to the graveyard hied, and there, "Friend corpse, arise," he cried. One moment lift my heavy weight of poverty, for I of late grow weary and desire instead your comfort. You are good and dead. The corpse was silent. He was sure 'twas better to be dead than poor. So let us at any cost strive to make money. For the saying goes, money gets you anything, gets it in a flash. Therefore let the prudent get cash, cash, cash. Now this cash comes to men in 6 ways. They are begging for charity, flunkeyism at court, farm work, the learned professions, usury, trade. However, among all these methods of making money, trade is the only one without a hitch in it. For king's favour is a thing unstable, crow's peck at winnings charitable. You make, in learning the professions, too many wearisome concessions. To teachers, farms are too much labour. In usury, you lend your neighbour, to cash which is your life, and therefore you really live a poor man. Wherefore I see in trade the only living that can be truly pleasure-giving. Hurrah for trade! Now profitable trade has 7 branches. They are false weights and balances, price boosting, keeping a pawn shop, getting regular customers, a stock company, articles deluxe, such as perfumes, foreign trade. Now the economists say false weights and boosting prices too, an over-shameless sum, and constant cheating of one's friends are fit for social scum. And again, deposits in the house compel the pawnshop man to pray. If you will kill the owner lord, I'll give you what you say. Likewise, the holder of a stock reflects, with glee though one of many, the wide world's wealth belongs to me, no other gets a penny. Furthermore, perfumery is first-class ware. Why deal in gold and such? Whate'er the cost, you sell it for 1,000 times as much. Foreign trade is the affair of the capitalist. As the book says, wild elephants are caught by tame, so money kings, devising a trap for money, capture it with far-flung advertising. The brisk commercial traveller, who knows the selling game, invests his money, and returns with twice or thrice the same. And again, the crow or good-for-naught or deer, afraid of foreign lands, in heedless slothfulness is sure to perish where he stands. Having thus set their minds in order, and resolved on foreign travel, they said farewell to home and friends and started, all 4 of them. Well, there is wisdom in the saying. The man whose mind is money mad, from all his kinsmen flees. He hastens from his mother dear. He breaks his promises. He even goes to foreign lands, which he would not elect, and leaves his native country. Well, what else do you expect? So in time they came to the Avanti country, where they bathed in the waters of the Sipra, and adored the great god Shiva. As they travelled further, they met a master magician named Terrorjoy, and having greeted him in proper Brahmin fashion, they all accompanied him to his monastery cell. There the magician asked them whence they came, whither they were going, and what was their object. And they replied, "We are pilgrims, seeking magic power. We have resolved to go where we shall find enough money, or death. For the proverb says, while water is given by fate out of heaven, if men dig a well, it bubbles from hell. Man's effort, sufficiently great, can equal the wonders of fate." And again, success complete in any feat is sure to bless true manliness. Man's effort sufficiently great is just what a dullard calls fate. There is no toy called easy joy, but man must strain to body's pain. Even Vishnu embraces his bride with arms that the churn stick has tried. So disclose to us some method of getting money, whether crawling into a hole, or placating a witch, or living in a graveyard, or selling human flesh, or anything. You are said to have miraculous magic, while we are boundless daring. You know the saying, only the great can aid the great, to win their heart's desire. Apart from ocean, who could bear the fierce subaqueous fire? So the magician, perceiving their fitness as disciples, made 4 magic quills, and gave one to each, saying, Go to the northern slope of the Himalaya mountains, and wherever a quill drops, there the owner will certainly find a treasure. Now as they followed his directions, the leader's quill dropped, and on examining the spot, he found the soil all copper. So he said, Look here, take all the copper you want. But the others said, Fool, what is the good of a thing which even in a quantity does not put an end to poverty? Stand up, let us go on. And he replied, You may go, I will accompany you no further. So he took his copper and was the first to turn back. The 3 others went further, but they had travelled only a little way when the leader's quill dropped, and when he dug down, he found the soil all silver. At this he was delighted and cried, Look, take all the silver you want. No need of going further. Fool, said the other 2. The soil was copper first, then silver. It will certainly be gold ahead. This stuff, even in quantity, does not relieve poverty so much. You 2 may go, said he. I will not join you. So he took his silver and turned back. The 2 went on until one quill dropped. When the owner dug down, he found the soil all gold. Seeing this, he was delighted and said to his companion, Look, take all the gold you want. There is nothing beyond better than gold. Fool, said the other, don't you see the point? First came copper, then silver, and then gold. Beyond there will certainly be gems. Stand up, let us go further. What is the good of this stuff? A quantity of it is a mere burden. You may go, he replied. I will stay here and wait for you. So the other went on alone. His limbs were scorched by the rays of the summer sun, and his thoughts were confused by thirst as he wandered to and fro over the trails in the land of the fairies. At last, on a whirling platform, he saw a man with blood dripping down his body, for a wheel was whirling on his head. Then he made haste and said, Sir, why do you stand thus with a wheel whirling on your head? In any case, tell me if there is water anywhere. I am mad with thirst. The moment the Brahmin saw this, the wheel left the other's head and settled on his own. My very dear sir, said he, what is the meaning of this? In the very same way, replied the other, it settled on my head. But, said the Brahmin, when will it go away? It hurts terribly. And the fellow said, when someone who holds in his hand a magic quill such as you had arrives and speaks as you did, then it will settle on his head. Well, said the Brahmin, how long were you here? And the other asked, who is king in the world at present? On hearing the answer, King Vinavatsa, he said, when Rama was king, I was poverty-stricken, procured a magic quill and came here just like you, and I saw another man with a wheel on his head and put a question to him. The moment I asked a question, just like you, the wheel left his head and settled on mine, but I cannot reckon the centuries. Then the wheelbearer asked, my dear sir, how, pray, did you get food while standing thus? My dear sir, said the fellow, the god of wealth, fearful lest his treasures be stolen, prepared this terror so that no magician might come so far. And if any should succeed in coming, he was to be freed from hunger and thirst, preserved from decrepitude and death, and was merely to endure this torture. So now permit me to say farewell. You have set me free from a sizable misery. Now I am going home. And he went. After he had gone, the gold finder, wondering why his companion delayed, eagerly followed his footprints, and having gone but a little way, he saw a man whose body was drenched with blood, a man tortured by a cruel wheel whirling on his head. And this man was his own companion. So he came near and asked with tears, my dear fellow, What is the meaning of this?" "A whim of fate," said the other. "But tell me," said he, "what has happened?" And in answer to his question, the other told the entire history of the wheel. When the friend heard this, he scolded him, saying, "Well, I told you time and again not to do it, yet from lack of sense you did not do as I said. Indeed, there is wisdom in the saying, 'Scholarship is less than sense, therefore seek intelligence.' Senseless scholars in their pride made a line, then they died." "How was that?" asked the wheelbearer, and the gold finder told the story of the line makers. End of section 79. Section 80 of Panchatantra by Vishnu Sharma, translated by Arthur William Ryder. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Line Makers. In a certain town were 4 Brahmins who lived in friendship. 3 of them had reached the far shore of all scholarship, but lacked sense. The other found scholarship distasteful. He had nothing but sense. One day they met for consultation. "What is the use of attainments," they said, "if one does not travel, win the favor of kings, and acquire money? Whatever we do, let us all travel." But when they had gone a little way, the eldest of them said, "One of us, the 4th, is a dullard, having nothing but sense. Now, nobody gains the favorable attention of kings by simple sense, without scholarship. Therefore, we will not share our earnings with him. Let him turn back and go home." Then the 2nd said, "My intelligent friend, you lack scholarship. Please go home." But the 3rd said, No, this is no way to behave, for we have played together since we were little boys. Come along, my noble friend. You shall have a share of the money we earn." With this agreement, they continued their journey, and in a forest they found the bones of a dead lion. Thereupon one of them said, "A good opportunity to test the ripeness of our scholarship. Here lies some kind of creature, dead. Let us bring it to life by means of the scholarship we have honestly won." Then the 1st said, "I know how to assemble the skeleton." The 2nd said, "I can supply skin, flesh, and blood." The 3rd said, "I can give it life." So the 1st assembled the skeleton. The 2nd provided skin, flesh, and blood. But while the 3rd was intent on giving the breath of life, the man of sense advised against it, remarking, "This is a lion. If you bring him to life, he will kill every one of us." "You simpleton," said the other, "it is not I who will reduce scholarship to a nullity." "In that case," came the reply, "wait a moment while I climb this convenient tree." When this had been done, the lion was brought to life, rose up, and killed all 3. But the man of sense, after the lion had gone elsewhere, climbed down and went home. And that is why I say, scholarship is less than sense and the rest of it. But the wheelbearer, having heard the story, retorted, "Not at all. The reasoning is at fault, for creatures of very great sense perish if stricken by fate, while those of very meager intelligence, if protected by fate, live happily. There is a stanza, while 100 wit is on a head, while 1,000 wit hangs limp and dead. Your humble single wit, my dear, is paddling in the ocean clear." "How is that?" asked the gold finder, and the wheelbearer told the story of 100 wit, 1,000 wit, and single wit. End of section 80. Section 81 of Panchatantra by Vishnu Sharma, translated by Arthur William Ryder. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 100 wit, 1,000 wit, and single wit. In a certain pond lived 2 fishes, whose names were 100 wit and 1,000 wit, and a frog named Single Wit made friends with them. Thus all 3 would for some time enjoy at the water's edge the pleasure of conversation spiced with witticisms, then would dive into the water again. One day at sunset, they were engaged in conversation when fishermen with nets came there, who said to one another on seeing the pond, "Look, this pond appears to contain plenty of fish, and the water seems shallow. We will return at dawn." With this, they went home. The three friends felt this speech to be dreadful as the fall of a thunderbolt, and they took counsel together. The frog spoke first. "100 and 1,000 my dear friends, what should we do now? Flee or stick it out?" At this, 1,000 laughed and said, "My good friend, do not be frightened merely because you have heard words. An actual invasion is not to be anticipated. Yet should it take place, I will save you and myself by virtue of my wit, for I know plenty of tricks in the water." And 100 added, "Yes, 1,000 is quite right, for where wind is checked in light of day, the wise man's wit soon finds a way. One cannot, because he has heard a few mere words, abandon his birthplace, the home of his ancestors. You must not go away. I will save you by virtue of my wit." "Well," said the frog, "I have only a single wit, and that tells me to flee. My wife and I are going to some other body of water this very night." So spoke the frog, and under cover of night he went to another body of water. At dawn the next day came the fish catchers, who seemed the servants of death, and enclosed the pond with nets. And all the fishes, turtles, frogs, crabs, and other water creatures were caught in the nets and captured. Even 100 and 1,000 fell into a net and were killed, though they struggled to save their lives by fancy turns. On the following day the fishermen gleefully started home. One of them carried 100 who was heavy, on his head. Another carried 1,000 tied to a cord. Then the frog, safe in the throat of his sister, said to his wife, "Look, darling, look! While 100 is on ahead, while 1,000 hangs limp and dead, your humble single wit, my dear, is paddling in the water clear." And that is why I say that intelligence is not the sole determinant of fate. Then the gold finder said, "It may be so, yet a friend's advice should not be disregarded. But what happened? Spite of my dissuasion, you would not stop. Such was your greed and pride in your scholarship. Yes, there is sense in the stanza. Well sung, uncle. Why would you not stop when I told you to? What a necklace, yes, you wear, music medals, rich and rare." "How was that?" asked the wheelbarrow. And the other told the story of the musical donkey. End of section 81. Section 82 of Panchatantra by Vishnu Sharma, translated by Arthur William Ryder. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The musical donkey. In a certain town was a donkey named Prig. In the daytime, he carried laundry packages, but was at liberty to wander anywhere at night. One night, while wandering in the fields, he fell in with a jackal and made friends. So the two broke through a hedge into cucumber beds, and having eaten what they could hold of that comestible, parted at dawn to go home. One night, the egotistical donkey, standing among the cucumbers, said to the jackal, "See, nephew, the night is marvelously fine. I will contribute a song. What sentiment shall my song express?" "Don't, uncle," said the jackal. "It might make trouble, seeing that we are on thieves' business. Thieves and lovers should keep very quiet. As the proverb says, no sleepyhead should pilfer fur, no invalid, rich provender. No sneezer should become a thief, unless they wish to come to grief. Besides, your vocal music is not agreeable, seeing it resembles a blast on a conch shell. The farmers would hear you from afar, would rise, and would fetter or kill you. Better keep quiet and eat." "Come, come," said the donkey. "Your remarks prove that you live in the woods and have no musical taste. Did you never hear this? Oh, bliss if murmurs sweet to hear of music's nectar woo your ear, when darkness flees from moonlight clear in autumn, and your love is near. Very true, uncle, said the Jackal, but your bray is harsh. Why do a thing that defeats your own purpose? Fool, fool, answered the donkey. Do you think me ignorant of vocal music? Listen to its systemization as follows. 7 notes, 3 scales, and 21 are modulations said to be. Of pitches there are 49, 3 measures, also pauses 3. Caesuras 3 and 36 arrangements of the notes in fine. 6 apertures, the languages are 40, sentiments are 9. 100 songs and 85 are found in songbooks, perfect, pure, with all accessories complete, unblemished in their phrasing sure. On earth is nothing nobler found, nor yet in heaven, than vocal song. The singing devil soothes the Lord, when quivering strings the sound prolong. After this, how can you think of me lacking in educated taste? How can you try to hinder me? Very well, uncle, said the Jackal. I will stay by the gap in the hedge and look for farmers. You may sing to heart's content. When he had done so, the donkey lifted his neck and began to utter sounds. But the farmers, hearing the bray of a donkey, angrily clenched their teeth, snatched cudgels, rushed in and beat him so that he fell to the ground. Next, they hobbled him by fastening on his neck a mortar with a convenient hole, then went to sleep. Presently the donkey stood up, forgetting the pain as donkeys naturally do. As the verse puts it, with dog and ass and horse, and donkey more than most, the pain from beatings is immediately lost. Then with a mortar on his neck, he trampled the hedge and started to run away. At this moment, the Jackal, looking on from a safe distance, said with a smile, Well sung, uncle. Why would you not stop when I told you to? What a necklace! Yes, you wear music medals rich and rare. Just so, you would not stop when I advised it. After listening to this, the wheelbearer said, Oh, my friend, you are quite right. Yes, there is much wisdom in the verse. He who lacking wit does not hearken to a friend, just like weaver slow, inclines to a fatal end. How is that? Asked the gold finder, and the wheelbearer told the story of Slow the Weaver. End of section 82. Section 83 of Panchatantra by Vishnu Sharma, translated by Arthur William Ryder. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Slow the Weaver. In a certain town lived a weaver named Slow. One day, all the pegs in his loom broke, so he took an axe and in his search for wood came to the seashore. There he found a great sisu tree, and he thought, This seems a good-sized tree. If I cut it down, I can make plenty of weaving tools. He therefore lifted his axe upon it. Now there was a fairy in the wood who said, My friend, this tree is my home. Please spare it, for I live here in utter happiness, since my body is caressed by breezes cool from contact with ocean billows. But, sir, said the weaver, what am I to do? While I lack apparatus made of wood, my family is pinched by hunger. Therefore please move elsewhere and quickly. I intend to cut it down. Sir, said the fairy, I have taken a liking to you. Ask anything you like, but spare this tree. In that case, said the weaver, I will go home and return after asking my friend and my wife. And when the fairy consented, the weaver started home. On entering the town, he encountered his particular friend, the barber, and said, My friend, I have won the favor of a fairy. Tell me what to ask for. And the barber said, My dear fellow, if it is really so, ask for a kingdom. You can be a king, and I will be the Prime Minister. So we shall both taste the delights of this world before those of the world to come." "Quite so, my friend," said the weaver. "However, I shall ask my wife too." "Don't," said the barber. "It is a mistake to consult women. As the saying goes, give a woman food and dresses, chiefly when her trouble presses. Give her gems and all things nice. Do not ask for her advice." And again, where a woman gambler child as a guide is domiciled, death advances stage by stage, so declares the ancient sage. And once again, only while he does not hear woman's whisper in his ear, may a man a leader be, keeping due humility. Women seek for selfish treasures, think of nothing but their pleasures, even children by them reckoned, to their selfish comfort second. And the weaver rejoined, "You may be right, still I shall ask her, she is a good wife." So he made haste and said to her, "My dear wife, today we won the favor of a fairy. He offers anything we want. So I have come to ask you to tell me what to say to him. Here is my friend the barber, who tells me to ask for a kingdom." "Dear husband," said she, "what sense of barbers? Do not take his advice, for the proverb says, 'All advice you may discard from a barber, child, or bard, monk or hermit or musician, or a man of base condition.' Besides, this kingdom business means a series of dreadful troubles, and involves worry about peace, war, change of base, entrenchment, alliance, duplicity, and other matters. It never gives satisfaction, and even worse, his very sons and brothers wish the slaughter of a king. As this is kingship's nature, who would not reject the thing?" "Yes," said the weaver, "you are right. But tell me what to ask for." And she replied, "As it is, you turn out one piece of cloth a day, and this meets all our expenses. Now ask for a second pair of arms and an extra head, so that you may produce one piece of cloth in front and another behind. The price of one meets the household expenses. With the price of the other, you may put on style and spend the time in honor among your peers." On hearing this, he was delighted and said, "Splendid, my faithful wife! You have made a splendid suggestion. I am determined to follow it." So the weaver went and laid his request before the fairy. "Well, sir, if you offer what I wish, pray give me a second pair of arms and an extra head." And in the act of speaking, he became 2-headed and 4-armed. But as he came home delight in his heart, the people thought he was a fiend, and beat him with clubs and stones and things, so that he died. And that is why I say, he who lacking wit does not, and the rest of it. Then the wheelbearer continued, "Yes, any man becomes ridiculous when bitten by the demon of extravagant hope. There is sense in this. Do not indulge in hopes extravagantly high, else widened like the sire of Moon Lord you will lie." "How was that?" asked the gold finder. And the other told the story of the Brahman's dream. End of section 83. Section 84 of Panchatantra by Vishnu Sharma, translated by Arthur William Ryder. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Brahman's Dream. In a certain town lived a Brahman named Siddhi, who got some barley meal by begging, ate a portion, and filled a jar with the remainder. This jar he hung on a peg one night, placed his cot beneath it, and fixing his gaze on the jar, fell into a hypnotic reverie. "Well, here is a jar full of barley meal," he thought. "Now, if famine comes, 100 rupees will come out of it. With that sum I will get 2 shell goats. Every 6 months they will bear 2 more shell goats. After goats, cows. When the cows calve, I will sell the calves. After cows, buffaloes. After buffaloes, mares. From the mares, I shall get plenty of horses. The sale of these will mean plenty of gold. The gold will buy a great house with an inner court. Then someone will come to my house and offer his lovely daughter with a dowry. She will bear a son, whom I shall name Moon Lord. When he is old enough to ride on my knee, I will take a book, sit on the stable roof and think. Just then, Moon Lord will see me, will jump from his mother's lap in his eagerness to ride on my knee, and will go too near the horses. Then I shall get angry and tell my wife to take the boy, but she will be busy with her chores and will not pay attention to what I say. Then I will get up and kick her. Being sunk in his hypnotic dream, he let fly such a kick that he smashed the jar, and the barley meal which it contained turned him white all over. And that is why I say, do not indulge in hopes, and the rest of it. Very true indeed, said the gold finder, for greedy folk who do not heed consequences of a deed suffer disappointment soon. For example, take King Moon. How is that? Asked the wheelbarrow. And the other told the story of the Unforgiving Monkey. End of section 84. Section 85 of Panchatantra by Vishnu Sharma, translated by Arthur William Ryder. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Unforgiving Monkey. In a certain city was a king named Moon, who had a pack of monkeys for his son's amusement. They were kept in prime condition by daily provender and pabulum in great variety. For the amusement of the same prince, there was a herd of rams. One of them had an itching tongue, so he went into the kitchen at all hours of the day and night, and swallowed everything in sight, and the cooks would beat him with any stick or other object within reach. Now when the chief of the monkeys observed this, he reflected, Dear me, this quarrel between ram and cooks will mean the destruction of the monkeys, for the ram is a regular guzzler, and when the cooks are infuriated, they hit him with anything handy. Suppose sometime they find nothing else and beat him with a firebrand, then that broad woolly back will very easily catch fire. And if the ram, while burning, plunges into the stable nearby, it will blaze, for it is mostly thatch, and the horses will be scorched. Now the standard work on veterinary science prescribes monkey fat to relieve burns on horses. This being so, we are threatened with death. Having reached this conclusion, he assembled the monkeys and said, A quarrel of the ram and cooks has lately come about. It threatens every monkey life, without a shade of doubt. Because of senseless quarrels rend a house from day to day, the folk will wish to keep alive, had better move away. For quarrels end a happy home, and slander friendship's story, while evil kings their kingdoms end, and meanness manly glory. Therefore let us leave the house and take to the woods, before we are all dead. But the conceited monkeys laughed at his warning and said, Oh ho, you are old and your mind is slipping. Your words prove it. We have no intention of foregoing the heavenly dainties which the princes give us with their own hands, in order to eat fruits peppery, puckery, bitter and sour from the trees out there in the forest. Having listened to this, the monkey chief made a wry face and said, Come, come, you are fools. You do not consider the outcome of this pleasant life. Just at present it is sweet. At the last it will turn to poison. At any rate, I will not behold the death of my household. I am off for that very forest. As the proverb says, Blessed are they who do not see death upon the family. Friend in trouble, stolen wife, ruin of the nation's life. With these words, the chief left them all behind and went to the forest. One day after he had gone, the ram entered the kitchen, and the cook, finding nothing else, picked up a firebrand, half consumed and still blazing, and struck him. Whereat, with half his body blazing, he plunged bleating into the stable nearby. There he rolled until flames started up on all sides, for the stable was mostly thatch, and of the horses tethered there, some died, their eyes popping, while some half burnt to death and whinnying with pain snapped their halters, so that nobody knew what to do. In this state of affairs, the saddened king assembled the veterinary surgeons and said, "Prescribe some method of giving these horses relief from the pain of their burns." And they, recalling the teachings of their science, said, "O king, the blessed master of our craft prescribed for this emergency as follows. Let monkey fat be freely used, like dark before the dawn. The pain that horses feel from burns will very soon be gone. Pray adopt this remedy before they perish miserably." When the king heard this, he ordered the slaughter of the monkeys. And not to waste words, everyone was killed. Now the monkey chief did not with his own eyes see this outrage perpetrated on his household, but he heard the story as it passed from one to another, and did not take it tamely. As the proverb says, "If foes commit an outrage on a house and one forgives, be it from fear or greed, he is the meanest man that lives." Now as the elderly monkey wandered about thirsty, he came to a lake made lovely by clusters of lotuses, and as he observed it narrowly, he noticed footprints leading into the lake, but none coming out. Thereupon he reflected, "There must be some vicious beast here in the water, so I will stay at a safe distance and drink through a hollow lotus stalk." When he had done so, there issued from the water a man-eating fiend, with a pearl necklace adorning his neck, who spoke and said, "Sir, I eat everyone who enters the water, so there is none shrewder than you who drink in this fashion. I have taken a liking to you. Name your heart's desire." "Sir," said the monkey, "how many can you eat?" And the fiend replied, "I can eat hundreds, thousands, myriads. Yes, hundreds of thousands if they enter the water. Outside, a jackal can overpower me." "And I," said the monkey, "I live in mortal enmity with the king. If you will give me that pearl necklace, I will awaken his greed with a plausible narrative, and will make that king enter the lake along with his retinue." So the fiend handed over the pearl necklace. Then people saw the monkey roaming over trees and palace roofs, with a pearl necklace embellishing his throat, and they asked him, "Well, chief, where have you spent this long time? Where did you get a pearl necklace like that? Its dazzling beauty dims the very sun." And the monkey answered, "In a spot in the forest is a shrewdly hidden lake, a creation of the god of wealth. Through his grace, if any one bathes there at sunrise on Sunday, he comes out with a pearl necklace like this, embellishing his throat." Now the king heard this from somebody, summoned the monkey and asked, "Is this true, chief?" "O king," said the monkey, "you have visible proof in the pearl necklace on my throat. If you too could find a use for one, send somebody with me, and I will show him." On hearing this, the king said, "In view of the facts, I will come myself with my retinue, so that we may acquire numbers of pearl necklaces." "O king," said the monkey, "your idea is delicious." So the king and his retinue started, greedy for pearl necklaces, and the king in his palanquin clasped the monkey to his bosom, showing him honor as they travelled. But there is wisdom in the saying, "The educated and the rich, befooled by greed, plunge into wickedness, then feel the pinch of need." And again, "100's mine, 1,000 please, 1,000, 1,00,000 would give me ease. A king's power would satisfy. The lack, Lord, kings would own the sky. Their hair grows old with aging years, the teeth grow old, the eyes and ears. But while the aging seasons speed, one thing is young forever, greed." At dawn they reached the lake, and the monkey said to the king, O king, fulfillment comes to those who enter at sunrise. Let all your attendants be told, so that they may dash in with one fell swoop. You, however, must enter with me, for I will pick the place I found before and show you plenty of pearl necklaces. So all the attendants entered and were eaten by the fiend. Then as they lingered, the king said to the monkey, "Well, chief, why do my attendants linger?" And the monkey hurriedly climbed a tree before saying to the king, "You villainous king, your attendants are eaten by a fiend that lives in the water. My enmity with you, arising from the death of my household, has been brought to a happy termination. Now go. I do not make you enter there, because I remembered that you were the king. But the proverb says, 'Having suffered an offense, give an evil recompense. For I deem it righteous still, evil to repay with ill. Thus you plotted the death of my household, and I of yours.'" When the king heard this, he hastened home grief-stricken. And when the king had gone, the fiend, fully satisfied, issued from the water and gleefully recited a verse. "Very good, my monkey-o, you won a friend and killed a foe, and kept the pearls without a flaw by sucking water through a straw. And that is why I say, greedy folk who do not heed, and the rest of it." Then Goldfinder continued, "Please bid me farewell. I wish to go home." But the wheelbearer answered, "How can you go, leaving me in this plight? You know the proverb, 'Whoever through hard-heartedness deserts a friend in his distress, for such ingratitude must pay. To hell he treads the certain way.'" "That is true," said the Goldfinder, "in case one able to aid deserts a friend in a remediable situation. But this situation has no human remedy, and I shall never have the ability to set you free. Besides, the more I gaze at your face, distorted with pain from the whirling wheel, the surer I feel that I am going to leave this spot at once, lest perchance the same calamity befall me too. There is some point in this. To judge by the expression, friend monkey, on your face, you have been caught by twilight. He lives who wins the race." "How is that?" asked the wheelbearer, and the other told the story of the Credulous Fiend. End of section 85. Section 86 of Panchatantra by Vishnu Sharma, translated by Arthur William Ryder. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Credulous Fiend. In a certain city lived a king whose name was Fine Army. He had a daughter named Pearl, blessed with the 32 marks of perfect beauty. Now a certain fiend, who wished to marry her off, came every evening and abused her. But he could not carry her off, because she protected herself by drawing a magic circle. However, at the hour when he embraced her, she experienced trembling, fever, and the like, the feelings that arise in the presence of a fiend. While matters were in this state, the fiend once took his stand in a corner and revealed himself to the princess, who thereupon said to her girlfriend, "Look, my dear, this is the fiend who comes every evening at twilight's hour and torments me. Is there any means of keeping the ruffian at a distance?" When he heard this, the fiend thought, "Aha! I am not the only one. There is someone else, and his name is Twilight, who comes every day to carry her off, but he cannot do it either. Suppose I take the form of a horse, go to the stable, and find out what he looks like, and what power he has." When he had done so, a horse thief came to the palace at dead of night. He examined all the horses, found the fiend horse the finest, put a bit in his mouth, and mounted. Meanwhile the fiend was thinking, "I presume this is the fellow named Twilight. He thinks me a vile creature. He is angry. He has come to kill me. What shall I do?" While he was thinking, the horse thief struck him with a whip and he was terrified and started to run. The thief, for his part, after travelling some distance, tried to stop him by tugging at the bit, and he thought, "Now, if he were a horse, he would mind the bit. Instead, he goes faster and faster." When the thief perceived how little he minded the tugging at the bit, he reflected, "Well, well, horses are not like this. This must be a fiend in equine form. So if I find a spot thick with dust, I will drop. It is my one chance of life." While the horse thief was thinking and praying to his favorite god, the fiend horse passed under a banyan tree, and the thief caught a branch and stuck. So both of them gained the hope of life from their separation, and were filled with extreme delight. Now in the banyan was a monkey, a friend of the fiend, who said when he saw the fiend making off, "Look here, why do you run from an imaginary danger? This is your natural food, a man. Eat him." On hearing this, the fiend took his own form and turned about, but his mind was disturbed and his purpose shaky. And when the thief saw that the monkey had called him back, he was angry. As the monkey sat above and his tail hung down, the thief took it in his mouth and started to chew very hard. Then the monkey concluded that he was dealing with one more powerful than the fiend, and was too frightened to utter a word. In dreadful pain, he could only shut his eyes tight, clench his teeth, and wait. And the fiend, observing him in this state, recited the stanza. "To judge by the expression, friend monkey, on your face, you have been caught by twilight. He lives who wins the race." Then the gold finder continued, "Bid me farewell. I desire to go home. You may stay here and taste the fruit of the tree of your waywardness." "Oh," said the wheelbearer, "that is uncalled for. Good or evil comes by fate's decree, to men well-behaved or wayward. As the old verse puts it, blind man, hunchback, and unblessed, princess with an extra breast. Waywardness is prudence when fortune favors wayward men." "How was that?" asked the gold finder. And the wheelbearer told the story of the three-breasted princess. End of section 86. Section 87 of Panchatantra by Vishnu Sharma, translated by Arthur William Ryder. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Three-Breasted Princess. In the North Country was a city called Honeytown, where the king was named Honey Host. And once there was born to him a daughter with 3 breasts. As soon as he heard of the birth of a 3-breasted girl, he summoned the chamberlain and said, "Sir, let this girl be exposed in the forest, so that not a single soul may learn the fact." To this the chamberlain replied, "O King of Kings, it is a well-known fact that a 3-breasted daughter brings misfortune. In spite of this, the Brahmins should be summoned and their opinion asked, in order that no law be offended, whether human or divine. For the proverb says, 'A prudent man should always ask what is beyond his ken.' A dreadful fiend the Brahmin caught, but let him go again." "How was that?" asked the king, and the chamberlain told the story of the fiend who washed his feet. End of section 87. Section 88 of Panchatantra by Vishnu Sharma, translated by Arthur William Ryder. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Fiend Who Washed His Feet. In a certain forest lived a fiend named Cruel. One day he met a Brahmin in his wanderings, climbed on his shoulder and said, "Now, go ahead." So the terrified Brahmin started off with him. But on observing that the fiend's feet were soft as a lotus heart, he asked him, "Sir, why are your feet so tender?" And the fiend replied, "I am under a vow never to touch the ground with my feet until I have washed them." Soon the Brahmin, while meditating a plan of escape, came to a lake. Here the fiend said, "Sir, do not stir from this spot until I come forth from the lake after bathing and worshipping the god." Thereupon the Brahman thought, "He will be sure to eat me after his worship. I will hurry away, for he will not follow me with unwashen feet." And when he did so, the fiend, not daring to break his vow, did not follow. And that is why I say, a prudent man should always ask, and the rest of it. After listening to this, the king summoned the Brahmins and said, "Brahmins, a three-breasted daughter has been born to me. Are any remedial measures to be taken or not?" And they replied, "O king, listen. A daughter fitted out with limbs, too numerous or few, will lose her character and will destroy her husband too. But if the father sees a girl with triple breast about, she dooms him to a speedy death without a shade of doubt. Therefore, O king, shun the sight of her. Give her to anyone who will marry her, but banish him from the country. If this is done, there is no offense to laws human or divine." When the king had listened to this opinion, he ordered a proclamation to be made everywhere, with beat of drum as follows: "Hear ye! There is a three-breasted princess. To anyone who marries her, the king will give 100,000 gold pieces, but will exile him." For a long time, this proclamation was made without anyone marrying the princess, who remained in seclusion and grew to young womanhood. Now there was a blind man in the city, and as companion he had a hunchback named Slow, who guided him with a staff. These two heard the drum and consulted, saying, "In case we touch that drum, we get girl and gold. With the gold our life will be happy, and even if death results from the girl's deformity, it will put a final end to the wretchedness of poverty. For until a mortal's belly pot is full, he does not care a jot for love or music, wit or shame, for body's care or scholar's name, for virtue or for social charm, for lightness or release from harm, for godlike wisdom, youthful beauty, for purity or anxious duty." After this consultation, the blind man went and touched the drum, saying, "I will marry the girl." Thereupon the king's men went and reported, "O king, a certain blind man has touched the drum. Decision rests with the king." And the king said, "Listen, blind or deaf, of meanest birth, leprous may he be. Let him take the girl and gold to a far country." So the king's men, following their lord's command, took the three-breasted princess to the river bank, married her to the blind man, and gave him the 100,000 gold pieces. Then putting them all in a fishing boat, they said to the fishermen, "Men, take this blind man with his wife and the hunchback to a foreign land and settle them in some town or other." So they came to a foreign country, all three of them. There in a certain town they purchased a house and lived comfortably. The blind man, however, spent all his time dozing on a couch. The hunchback did the housework. In course of time, the princess had an intrigue with the hunchback, and she said, "My beloved, if this blind man happened to be killed, we should live happily together. Please find some poison. I will administer it, will kill him, and will become happy." Now one day, the hunchback picked up a dead black snake, and joyfully returning home with it, he said to her, "Beloved, I found this black snake. Please cut it up, season it with delicious tidbits, and give it to that eyeless fellow, telling him it is fish. Then he will die in a hurry." And with this, Slow started off for the market. But she cut up the snake, put it in a kettle with buttermilk, placed it over the fire, and as she was herself occupied with chores about the house, she civilly said to the blind man, "My dear, I got your favorite fish today, and I am cooking them. So while I am busy with other chores, please take the spoon and stir them." And he was delighted to hear it, stood up at once, licking his chops, took the spoon and started to stir. But as he did so, the poisoned steam reached his eyes, and the film began to peel off, and he, perceiving its healthful action, intercepted all he could. So his vision cleared, and looking into the kettle, he saw nothing but chopped black snake. And he thought, "Well, what is the meaning of this? She called it fish to my face, but this is chopped snake. I must learn for certain whether this is the work of the three-breasted woman, or a move to kill me on the part of Slow, or of somebody else." With this in mind, he concealed his feelings and behaved like a blind man. Presently Slow returned, and without hesitation began to hug the wife, to kiss her, and so on, and the blind man saw it all. Not finding a knife, he went up to Slow in the old way, wrathfully seized him by the feet, whirled him about his head with every bit of strength he could muster, and dashed him against the chest of the three-breasted woman. And the blow from the hunchback's body forced the third breast in, while the hunchback, when his hump smashed against her bosom, became straight. And that is why I say, blind man, hunchback, and the rest of it. Then the gold-finder said, "Yes, you are quite right in saying that good fortune always comes through the favor of fate. Yet, after all, a man should make fate his own, and not desert prudence, as you did in rejecting my advice." With this, the gold-finder bade him farewell and started home. Here ends Book 5, called Ill-Considered Deeds. The first verse runs, "Deeds ill-known, ill-recognized, ill-accomplished, ill-devised. Thought of these let no man harbor. Take a warning from the barber." End of section 88. End of Panchatantra by Vishnu Sharma. Translated by Arthur William Ryder.